Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Pilzbear, hello Zondluners. We're back in our Republic, working on our coal mine setup, which will fuel a coal power plant, a steel mill and probably a brick factory. And that is being slowly built up, as we wait for the road construction to make its way up to the processing area. And the tunnel being built up towards the coal mine itself, all of which should be buildable, the way it is set up right now. We still have to figure out a way to bring the sewage back. And the sewage pipe construction will probably take a while. I am considering just dragging a sewage pipe through the mountain and hooking it up to the existing setup with a pipe connection running to the existing discharge. We would have to run that down the road and place all the sewage switches already. Won't really need that many. Hello Jumai, welcome to you too. So, if we plan for that, then I guess a sewage switch next to our sewage tanks is what we need. In the future we will need a water setup too. The sewage tank is already hooked up and I don't think there's anything needed else in between. We have one here. There is another one and one inside the city. The sewage pipe itself, I'll lead it around the length of the tunnel to make it look like it's like built with the tunnel and it feels more sensible. So we'll have a sewage switch right here, coming out of the tunnel. And then water can be hooked up in this area as well. We'll get started on the sewage pipe. Medium one should be enough. Like I said, I'll drag it through here. Still need a water and sewage pipe setup, but I think we can hook up the switch already. Water pipe might have to go into the opposite direction. Maybe I can get rid of the gas station later on, which will make sense. I'll put the sewage switch here, I think. Then have another one on this side. And the setup to have the sewage pipe come down here, hooking up into a switch, coming down the road, along the road. It'll connect everything. Having more sewage switches than too few should make this somewhat convenient to hook up, I think. And I'm also fine with it having a footpath crossing here. So we'll run the sewage pipe along the tunnel to make it look sensible. It's still going to take ages to dig, I think. Will it? Wait, what? Yeah, it will take ages to dig, but that's fine. On this side, this will be the connection. And then this has to connect through the tunnel. Huh. Sometimes it keeps the correct height, but I guess I'll have to build it that way and then shorten it and connect it correctly. That way we'll have a sewage pipe that looks somewhat sensible. Hello Lopo, welcome. Let me redo the connection over here. Try and get it as close to the tunnel as possible, make it look neat. Okay, I'll have to get rid of that too. I guess I can draw it from this side now. Just bring it out against the tunnel. There we go. And then make this corner smooth again. Nice against the tunnel walls, I think. So that's going to take the longest, construction-wise. So we will get that started already. And while that gets built, we can then plan out the other pipe. It's only 9,000 days. It's not that long. I thought this would take way longer. Oh, I guess that's not that bad then. Oh, wait. Do I have a gap day? Yes. Holiday yesterday, gap day today. We talked about that previously. And I do indeed have that. That won't work. Why are the sewage tanks always in the wrong place? We're gonna do this. I mean, this would be the nicest looking way, but then I would have to drag a sewage pipe underneath here. Kinda want to prevent that. Guess we'll just do this. I'll give us another connection node to the left. Oh no, it was while you were asking questions about the resurrection of Christ, I think. And wishing that he would take longer. So we got in a longer holiday or something? I don't remember. That should be fine. Okay. And that would be the last connection, I think. Then we have the sewage pipe set up, which should be able to transport the sewage from the steel mill and the city to the discharge. No more trucks needed. Hopefully that'll work fine. And then later on we could consider setting up a water pipe system. Amount of workers slowly going up. Any excess worker will be transported by the bus to the construction site of the tunnel currently, most likely. If the resources are present, currently they're not really keeping up. But they can also use the workers to build any of the extra buildings we're planning on having. Now it's just concrete before the actual road construction, which will not take too long. We should monitor heating to make sure everything is going to be fine. It looks like it might not be fine. These houses are already quite cold. The heating plant isn't running over 70% capacity though, so I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes. Might be slightly over capacity. Also, power issues. Definite power issues, which will probably affect the heating negatively. We need that power plant running. Our power supply is struggling. Probably all the time when the trains are loading and unloading aggregates, and it consumes a lot of electricity. Well, that 5 megawatt connection, which was intended to handle the exports of power in the future, sure, it's causing us a little bit of trouble. We can bring up to 8 megawatts here, and then export the rest. Am I importing more than... I'm importing up to 5.4. Okay. And the power line can handle 5. Okay, now the heating looks a lot better at -20. It might actually be the train loading that's affecting us. We have to get the power plant set up. I guess I can't really wait. Don't really want to drive coal to it. It is a somewhat small building. Allows 3 mechanisms, so we can probably build it up quickly once it's in place. It does not need a lot of concrete, so deliveries of that should also be fast, and it's a good balance of resources that we can bring in by trucks locally. Number of cabins has almost reached the maximum. 5 more should be delivered. Means all the trucks should theoretically be moving. And then we need 1 more after that. I'll run them to a depot. Our depot has not been... Has it been? No, it hasn't been built yet. Once the depot is ready, I can run them to that and store them in there. As soon as we start sending workers here en masse, then yeah, we're gonna have loads and loads of things to do for them. We should be able to handle another... We should be able to handle a coal mine with a single processing plant easily with the amount of workers we have, especially with the purity of coal being extracted. Very few workers will be necessary to run the coal mine at the required rate. Maybe I'll set up a second power plant right away to get up to 20 megawatts, but I don't know. Having them distributed and the coal supplied to the local areas could be kind of neat. So we have a decentralized power system. Still have to set up water and sewage for both the power plant and the processing area. Wow. This somehow auto-saved when I released the mouse and connected the water thing too, which is so weird. Okay, now it's working again. So strange. electricity is over here. Makes sense. Water and sewage nearby. The steel mill will probably have its own water and sewage connection. But this system will be set up like that. And then yeah, sewage pipe, processing plants and mine. We'll have a switch here, which will connect both the mine and the processing plant's sewage tank. Somewhere on the exit. Will be okay. We have to run the sewage pipe down along the footpath tunnel, I guess, why not? Approach the bottom. Just keep it along the footpath tunnel, I guess. Well, not really. Mostly visually. Let's make a more direct sewage pipe instead. There we go. And then a sewage tank, somewhat central down here, handling the rest. Run the sewage pipe down the hill. Along the road. I'll fix the junctions, the corners, I mean, after. Let's just make sure that the straight parts are in place. Up the hill. And then into the sewage switch here, and now we can make the corners look nice now that the straight parts have been correctly set. At least as nice as we want them. A little bit more angular. Looks a bit more industrial. And maybe that one just goes directly through the cableway station. I don't think I need another switch here. We will have the switch on this side that can run towards the eastern end, the northeastern end. Sorry, that's the northern end of that hole. Will give us our sewage connection for the area, and water will be brought in by truck until we feel like we deserve a water pipe. Are you using self-generated map? No. This is the Siberia map from the Biomes DLC. It's very difficult in its setup. If you don't want to flatten all of the terrain and try to use it. which I guess we flattened a lot of space here, but it's so much terrain and loads of mountains that you kind of have to build towards an area that's already flat, making you stretch out your settlements a little bit further than normal. Let's cancel that one. I am considering that we need the other coal mine. Maybe. That was up here. I might need another sewage switch. Okay, no, that was fine. I apologize, I cancelled that construction. That was actually absolutely fine. Hello, Sea Wheel. Welcome. Maybe check the heating now. Minus 30. This area is getting the coldest at 14.4 already, but yeah, this should be fine. We can handle up to 13 degrees interior temperature, and that's where we're heading to. Looks like the heating is fine. This one's actually even warmer, so more housing. We're building one more house. Should be manageable. And then maybe a couple more. I'll have to be a little bit wary of the pollution situation, but give it some time. We also have our research point, 7,500. I'm gonna do a quick check and see how many research points we actually have. We have 4 from settlements, 3 from population at 7,500, and from the years 1930, 40, 50, 60, and 70. That's 5 research points. So in total we have 7 plus 5 means 12, with 1 being gained right now. Spent we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why? I'm a little bit confused now. Do we really have 12 research points? I mean, we have 4 settlements, 2 villages, 2 cities, all over 200 citizens. 3 population. And 5 from the years going through. Huh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. 2, 3, 4, 5. I miscounted. 6, 7, 8. 8 versus 12, so we have 4 research points, I guess. We used 9 and still have our gifted ones, so I would still say they are not needed. Probably not. I've just researched a lot in the medical university. And for the early start it makes a lot of sense because the start is a lot slower, so you might not even get a settlement with like 200 people up in the beginning. I know you set up your settlements with a really good number in the beginning, but I like to start with like really small settlements and get into the map. They're not needed, but they're there. Hello potatoes, hello Project 7. Welcome. We're building a sewage pipe through our tunnel, so it looks realistic. Still takes the same amount of time, but I think this makes sense visually. And the water pipe will do the same. But yeah, I guess so we have 4 points available. I stopped spending them at some point because I said I would like to stay stuck in the olden times. I think once you try to actually modernize and keep like up with the time, which could be another challenge, then those research points would probably be needed. People trying to get more modern buildings going. I wanted... What did I want? Oh, better power lines. Modern electric pylons, please. You have more things to research. If you skip the early start things, then I would say we play it because of the things. Yeah, it's slower. We're on Siberia. Even without early start, it was pretty slow. I just didn't want people to feel the need to like keep spreading out over the map in the beginning, when settlements were maybe a bit small and population growth might be a bit small and construction was slow. But yeah, maybe the free research points should be only restricted to the first 3 decades, 30, 40 and 50. Giving you the option of either having small villages or building out large. Hello Thorgrim, welcome. Well, the waste management setup still needs to be hooked up, so we can handle hazardous mixed waste in here. Construction waste will have to be carried over until we build the train station, so that will have to happen for now. There should be no metal scrap, but if I... No, there should be no metal scrap. Oh no, there will be metal scrap, probably from the steel mill at some point. But there should be not that much of it, and we can carry it by truck as well. I don't know if the steel mill makes metal scrap. I'm just assuming. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. Minus 37 degrees. Heating looks okay. Coldest thing is the kindergarten here. But it'll be fine. One more house being built. Kindergarten planned. A grocer scheduled for construction as soon as the road is done. So I found out in Clownfolk that I have to turn advanced shaders off to see grass, stones and such because of my new GPU. What? That is strange. I'm going to have a new GPU maybe in June as well, so we'll see how it goes. Definitely something worth reporting, I guess. To hopefully have it fixed. Because if it affects one modern GPU, then it probably affects multiple. June is fast approaching. Yeah. Utility, yes. Open hull, yes. Mixers. Mixers is missing. No, mixers is there. Dumpers. Dumpers is missing. It is in range though, just has too much stuff assigned to it. Because of all the plumbing work. Cow power plant there? No, coal power plant. The precursor to a cow power plant. A cow plant. After some looking on the Clownfolk Steam forum, some of this GPU can't handle geometric stuff so good. Well, if you said you had a modern GPU, I'm wondering, is it a driver issue? I don't know. That's a shame. At least the sewage pipes in the city will have their resources delivered fairly quickly because the travel distance is so short. We should have enough gravel production to keep up with the making of concrete. Looks like the delivery of cement is a little bit slow though. I should replace the... well, I should definitely get the meat trucks removed from here because they're obsolete. And give them a couple more cement trucks. Especially now since we're building so much. They can carry 5 tons. The concrete plant I think can hold 10. $20. Okay, so we should be able to deliver up to 75%. So I'll set it to 80. I know I can set it to 75 precisely, but just set it to 80 and always have deliveries to the concrete plants for cement. Trying to fill up the concrete plant completely. Just testing some other games to see if it's the same, but most other games work fine. Most other games, oh boy. Well, you want to shame the GPU right now? Maybe there's a solution for it. I think without advanced shaders it probably looks a little bit weak, maybe? Arc 580, is that it? I don't know. Oh yeah, Intel Arc card, yeah, I found it. I don't know if that's, well, I guess it's a modern GPU, but it's not a dedicated GPU, so... Not sure how new they are. It's a single developer, so maybe I'll figure it out at some point. Maybe you can put that in the game at some point. I don't think they added a new building for the dry bulk yet, did they? No. Lots of prefab panels needed for the sewage pipes. Can live with it? Okay. I haven't seen how it looks like yet, so... I guess maybe I can search for it. Oh god. Let's see. Wait. I think there's a lot less detail. But yeah, it still looks fine, I think. Maybe I'm seeing the wrong picture. I think it looks like the initial version once did look. Why is this paused? It shouldn't be paused. Oh, because I paused the sewage pipe construction and then unpaused it and accidentally hit the road construction as well. Makes sense. Might have to set up an unloading station for cement locally, because transporting it here from the customs house is taking a long time. And if I do that, then I guess we could also set up an export for meat, because I would have to set up a cargo train station and can connect like 2 train cars to that. Having a very short train importing cement, exporting meat. Could build a very simple small train station over here. Maybe with coal and gravel. In the area we could also set up a production for our own cement and then use that for export as well. Putting some of the overhead of the production into this storage. Seems like quite the overkill. I think I kind of want to wait until maybe they add the smaller version, if they add it. That would be nice. Can we replace these cement trucks? We're doing a delivery right now. Oh my god. "36-year-old, you know what? Come on, get replaced." I'll just send you to the scrapyard manually. I mean, it's still doing its job. Dev of Clownfolk did say back in 2022 that some integrated laptop GPUs can have issues with it. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's an advanced shader, so I guess it kind of needs like dedicated GPUs to function correctly, so I'm sorry about that. The integrated GPUs are mostly about efficiency, and I guess that one doesn't support that feature then. And like I said, maybe it will get added at some point. Can't really be on the top of your game with like all the modern tech as a single developer of games. Yeah. It'll be a nice surprise if it starts working at some point. And you realize that it is starting to work. No, you will not get that. Because I'm not streaming with real life stuff. Maybe I should relocate the substation over here, next to the water and sewage tank. I mean, if we have issues, we can still do that. There's no real space requirement here, other than maybe putting a nice little monument in the area. What are you building up there in your workers now? We're building a coal power plant, coal ore processing, and a coal mine. Because I'm running into power issues since I only designed my import for electricity for 5 megawatts. And that is being stretched to its limits through some days of the year when it's nighttime during winter and the aggregate trains are loading. Then we have some power fluctuations. So we're trying to set up this power plant and supply it with a nice big hefty amount of coal. Still a little bit of cement here. Rosobald, you're gonna go to the scrapyard now. Get the faster yak cement, which can run 40 kilometers an hour. And also has more carry capacity, so definitely worth an upgrade for our current purpose. And yeah, maybe having a cement plant nearby wouldn't be the worst. Having one closer to the center of the city, the center of the map. Further away from the customs house. Transportation speeds are quite slow. The rail-based one would be quite nice though. But yeah, having a full-blown unloading station for 1,000 tons of cement seems a bit much. I guess I could plan a rail distribution office and then the cement unloading station. Oh yeah, and prefab panels were importing, it's not based on the concrete anyway. Now that the rail construction is done with the bringing of resources to the area, we can set the warning messages for lack of steel, prefab panels, bricks and boards. Which shouldn't really affect us anymore. Maybe for prefab panels, because the amount I'm allowing to be delivered is relatively low, and we are building a lot of sewage pipes. But the train is also running continuously, so more should be incoming. Maybe having the other heat exchanger so close to the previous one isn't that bad. The area seems a lot more secure in heating. I wonder if you could make a really tight grid with the heat exchangers. I mean, you would need more heating plants. Unless, of course, they run at a lower capacity. But you can't really bank on like a lower capacity making it through the colder days of the year. You really have to have the spare capacity of the heating plants itself to make sure everything keeps working. That power line is going to be in the way pretty soon. boy, how goes the People Republic of Starved Individuals? No one's starving here. We have an overproduction of food. Everyone is happy and celebrating. They're dancing in the streets. It's not because of frostbite. They're not shivering. I should probably replace the power line with something proper. It would mean the cableway car would stop again. Maybe I can put the switch in first. Drop it in here. Or run the proper power line along that route once we have the underground wires. I mean, I could also use above ground wires. We're not getting more than 10 megawatts out of that area, so I can use my 13 megawatt wire out of that location and it would look okay over the hill. I think I'd be okay with that. Probably have to move the construction office to give myself enough space. And if they don't celebrate, the secret police will pay them a visit. I understand. Yes, you got it. Very well done. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to use underground wires. I think I will. A single 12 megawatt underground wire along the tunnel again would look okay. And yeah, we would not need more than that because of the output limitation. Unless of course I want to set up a second power plant, but like I said, probably somewhere else. Probably just bringing a train with coal over there makes more sense. And there's the prefab panels running out. It was expected. The train bringing more prefab panels should be on its way continuously. It's not carrying that much per train. Like, we're not filling up the storage immediately. We're trickle feeding a tiny amount of prefab panels in, 37 tons per delivery. But yeah, we don't need that many prefab panels usually. Sewage pipe coming up, looking fairly good. Please build that footpath so we can finish the switch as well. Then several of the sewage tanks would already be connected. Yeah, the coal price and coal export is not our concern. It's currently the power situation. It's fluctuating a little bit much. Might even cause some unhappiness because of it. How's our asphalt plant looking? That one shouldn't have any issues. Bitumen is being delivered by train after all. And gravel is produced locally. Looks absolutely fine. We're using up a lot of gravel though. The internal storage for the gravel processing plant is empty. And the rail construction is also using a lot of gravel, because we're building that extra rail line. We should have 2 trucks running. Two trucks running gravel to the gravel processing plant. There's only one. I guess I took the other one off when I thought we had enough. And put it in a distribution office somewhere. Oh, it's a little bit low right now. Still mostly keeping up. I mean, concrete and asphalt plant do have priority over the rail construction. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it on one truck. It's fine. How does the research go? If we check our technical university, 2/3 of the way there. Could research 18 megawatt wires, but I think that would be overkill now. Yeah. I guess I'm gonna retract that statement because we also need gravel for road construction. Looks like the vehicle depot is finally done. Looks like the customs house is now overloaded because of the setup that I did, where the trucks are waiting inside the customs house to deliver the cableway cars. So we have to turn off wait until loaded and then send them to a vehicle depot. Let's get rid of some of the old cars that we currently don't need. They're just collecting dust and being repaired all the time. The buses will find use in some space, I think. We have a route from Turimasnoi going to Sovskoy, and that is running on the same buses. So eventually they will become replacement vehicles. And if they don't run too much, they should be kept in good shape until then. Although it might still be better to replace them. Okay, 4.6% still. Decent bit of money. Nine loans. Loan capacity is growing, and the amount of loans we have taken out is decreasing. So I believe everything is working as it should be. While we're building. That's the important part, I guess. Where is that vehicle? Did it get repaired? It's full of quarried stone. Oh, it is being repaired right now. Okay. Makes sense. Looks like heating was undersupplied for a brief moment because the heating plant is running at 100%, which is not normal. I have to empty out that garbage container here. There's no technical service bringing water or dealing with waste in the area yet, but we will fix that soon. Add road construction. Come on. Last bit of asphalt. Then roll it, and we can continue onwards to the processing plants, of which only one will be built right now. But all the other supporting infrastructure, conveyors, will be put in place, and then we can scale up with more processing plants. It's just that the processing plants take a lot of steel, each 200 tons. And we don't need to make that investment if we don't need that much throughput right now. Once we have a steel mill, then we can make that change. 9 storages. Probably able to handle all of the waste. And now that we have a road connected here, can't place the other storage too close. I have to place it before the road gets connected. Then it will work. Same for over here. Place the storage first, then hook up the road. Yeah, we have to wait again, otherwise I can't place the next storage. But that is already 8 storages, so theoretically I only need 1 more. We'll wait. This is expandable if we need it to be. I don't have to make that decision right now. Okay. Still looks not flat. I'm going to flatten this now, it's going to bring back the terrain, but only if I had a bulldozer in the area. And currently I don't. So I removed that. Can't place it because of that road. I mean I can, just further away, which I don't want to do. Alright. Looks like the road is done. No, it's not done. It's being rolled. It's done in 30 days. So many workers. Now it's done. So much concrete and gravel. But gravel should be getting better now, since we have 2 trucks on it. Doubling the throughput. And there's the better power lines. We should now have access to 12 megawatt underground wires. And also all but the 18 megawatt wire in the high voltage power line setup. So I think we'll place it along the road, the tunnel, like mentioned. It's a little bit slanted. Let's see. Right next to the tunnel. 2. Pretty close to the tunnel on that side. What other infrastructure is in the way now? Too close to the tunnel, okay. Well, how about a couple meters away from it? Very nice. I'll accept that. That one will hook up closer to the tunnel instead. Like so. That's going to be our power connection to the outside, and from here we can distribute it wherever we want to. One of which would be the power connection across, so it can go into our republic. That'll be our power line. Although I could also hook it up. I mean, this transformer should probably be hooked up from here. How are we gonna do this? I would have to hook it up to a medium voltage wire so it can get electricity from a different connection before replacing the high voltage wire. Or I wait until summer and hope that I can finish the construction fairly quickly, which is way too risky. All of the gravel is being pulled into the rail construction office, meaning that our other construction tasks are currently not getting done. And I think our other construction tasks have more priority than the rail construction office, but we really need another truck here, I guess. Sure. I'll do you one better. I'll give you maybe 2 more trucks. Let's try it with 1 first. No, let's do. There's the power fluctuations. Let's do 1 more. Maybe I can make this work with a line and a line spacing station, like a bus end station. Could also set up another gravel quarry, I guess. Hook it up to the road, run a second route. Terrain wasn't really favorable for that idea. This one is a nice location for a gravel quarry. Well, that lack of gravel is gonna slow us down a bit. Could start bringing in gravel from Donsk if we really want to. I think that would be not that great. The gravel delivery trucks are usually not that large. Well, I guess we have 2 larger vehicles and a bunch of old Russo bolts. I guess we'll increase the fleet and bring in some help. Only dump trucks though. Why can't you select a finished tunnel? That's weird. At least the sewage pipes seem done. And they are. That also took a lot of gravel. I think I'm going to redo the power connection for this transformer. It doesn't have that high power consumption yet, so we should just be able to drag electricity there from another transformer. And then we can take down the high voltage wire and move it. So, temporary power line to rework the power network. Only need steel, prefab and some electronic components. No groundwork necessary, it's going to be quick to build. Then I will take down this high voltage wire leading all the way up to the next switch. And we'll put in the proper wire after. It's going to be 5 large dump trucks, picking up gravel from Donsk and bringing it over, while we try and keep the rail construction here chugging along. Hello Simon, welcome. So, looks like we could run 1 fjord trucks. But one of them will undergo maintenance or do refueling at some point. Now it looks like 1 fuel trucks would be possible. Well, we have 4 right now. Just let them run. All the cableway cars have arrived. I think I need to relocate the substation so that the gas station is in range too. Otherwise it would only run when the power plant is running, which should be all the time. I don't know. It'll probably be fine. This is just to make sure that the cableway station can run with external power and people can get unloaded here. Power line has been built. Should be able to get rid of the high voltage wire now. Still have electricity here. Power is being transmitted through the temporary power line. Okay, go into a depot. 3 is enough. Is that a power plant? Yes, it's a coal power plant, early start version. Looks very blocky. It has an octagonal smokestack, it looks like. Gonna be curious to see what it looks like when done. But it's gonna be a bit longer until that happens. The important part is the coal processing for now. More power, yes. Not quite unlimited, but more power. No, not unlimited. More, not unlimited. Unlimited, got it. I don't think like. Why does no one understand me? My god, that concrete truck is still heading over here. Oh my god, I need to replace them. They are so slow. Last concrete truck in that area. Once your delivery is done, you're gonna go away. Of course, you're having a breakdown. You're at 81% wear and tear. 48 years old. I think you've earned a break. You're so close to the delivery location that I don't want to stop you from driving. You're only driving 14 kilometers an hour now. Scrap, yeah, but only after the delivery is done. It's almost where it should be. It just has to drive through the tunnel to the next tunnel and deliver the last bit of concrete. That was way too long of a trip for that purpose. You've almost made it. Have your breakdown, sure, but you're almost there. I'm gonna scroll over to the scrapyard now while you make that delivery. What a painful experience. There we go. Oh, you've already automatically replaced yourself. Okay, never mind. Hello Zadius, welcome. Power line has been demolished, it looks like. That is the 12 megawatt wire leading to the switch, which then brings electricity over here, after which we can get rid of the temporary wire. But the power fluctuations are getting worse. It's not that cold right now. It's still struggling. Can you eliminate art from the artist? Have you heard about AI? Where are you going with this? Well, if I understand your question correctly, is if you want to separate art from the artist. And, well, AI art is basically all art from artists separated from them, isn't it? FSMLE is not really art from that artist. True. I was thinking now in the direction of like, what if you take a photo of the Eiffel Tower's electrical lighting system? What if you take a photo of the Mona Lisa? Is that still the Mona Lisa, or is it a photo of the Mona Lisa? And I guess it's a photo of the Mona Lisa. Power line takes a lot longer to dig underground, so that one has to wait. Only after will we be able to remove the high voltage temporary wire going over the hill. Passenger trains are now running on a route of 1,100 seconds for only 4 trains. It's almost 300 seconds per train. I don't know if I want to add another one. It seems like the distance between the trains is significantly higher than before. But also, if I add another train, then we're going to take more workers from Sovskoy, which were supposed to, in the future, make their way into the coal production location. Need more trains? I will wait until we have the coal mine set up and see if we have enough people to work that location. I'll make that check first. How's gravel production looking? A lot better. Looks like we have enough for the trucks again. And the rail construction. What dump trucks do we use here? Small ones. Maybe I should also switch to the large ones in the assistant dump truck construction office for very large deliveries. At least I can put the single truck that we're not using for the route anymore into that construction office. And slowly replace them. Need those 25-ton dumpers. Yeah. It would help. It's all about the gravel deliveries. And having way too many construction tasks at once, especially the sewage pipe and the power line underground through the mountain is taking up a lot of time. It's going to be an expensive investment, but it will accelerate construction by a lot. If we can keep up with the gravel production, which we should. The 172k rubles. Well, you said I need them, so I'll send you the invoice. Maybe just get 3 and leave 2 of the regular dump trucks in for now. I also need maintenance, lots and lots of steel once they start wearing. I don't know why you're complaining about food and meat, but should be available. You can also get to the train station. Barely, but you can. We will be setting up a grocer next to you. Just give it some time. That is way too many construction vehicles, but sure, throw the workers at it. I'll be done in no time. After which we just have to wait for that underground wire. Once that one is completed, I can get rid of the wire above the mountain. But previously we will already be able to take down the medium voltage temporary wire once we've built that short section. If only you could tunnel the wires right alongside a tunnel that already exists and save all of that time. But no, they're laying down a trench. They have to dig a trench from the top of the mountain all the way down. Why did you have to wait? That doesn't make any sense. Chain through here, and that block should have been clear. I don't understand. Number of highly educated people down to 16%. I don't think we have any shortages, and I don't think the number is going... Okay, the number might be going down. I did want to build a university here. And I guess we have the room. Do we have the heating? Probably. All of that space where housing could be. I mean, the university could also be down here. Once we get rid of the temporary wire, might be a better space for it. I don't think it needs that much heating. These universities, okay, it needs 21 cubic meters. That's something. But I also don't need a large university. I only built the other large ones because they were the only option. Guess for the party HQ for the city we could stick with a small one and just get rid of the old one inside Burgodonsk, because it will have become obsolete. Right next to the expo hall. When it's here, it would already get heating from the heating plant itself. I'll put us into a little bit of a precarious situation where we might be easily building over the heat capacity from the heating plant. I should maybe turn off student deliveries to the other settlement. In Sovskoy, no more university students being loaded. And the same is true from Gugozhny. In the other direction, same thing. Should ease the throughput on the universities there, hopefully. Only by local students. And if the number keeps declining, then we will probably have to make a change soon. It looks like it's dropping. Yes, we're working on the power supply. Just you wait. I could bring stuff in by truck to the power plant, but I think its consumption would be too high. I mean, it would only be like assisting the power distribution during the shortages. It might be enough. We should build it. And maybe send some coal over. Truck deliveries of coal from the border. That expo hall is attracting a lot of visitors. I'm proud of it. I thought the building would be a tiny bit of waste of space, but no, it's doing fairly well. Lots of people visiting it. Should maybe have another monument nearby for that extra loyalty boost. I don't want to jump scare people when they walk past the building and then suddenly there's Lenin. Let's spend another research point that we have and get the large monuments. We haven't used those in a while, and they're kind of neat. Soviet Star Monument is also very useful. Oh my god. Kremlin Tower, 4% loyalty for 550 meters, available from the get-go. I don't know about that. Coal, yeah. Coal. From the border. Well, all capable cars have been delivered so that dirt road is not needed anymore. Ah, the grocer is done. Great. Let us send resources to it so that we may have a little bit extra capacity for shoppers in the area. And they can get there faster. And it also takes down a little bit of time walking to the grocer, that to the train station from that. I'm tripping over my words today. So we got the extra building, residential building, we got the extra grocer. Gotta keep monitoring the heating of the area and see if we got enough. It looks like with the 2 kindergartens we are also somewhat okay. Bunch of people unemployed here. Apparently something's not working right with the train station. Maybe they got onto a train and the train got delayed from rail construction vehicles and then they got unemployed from that. Still gotta set up electricity, but it's gonna be on the same road as the water and sewage. And we do have a switch where we can take the electricity from. Why are you complaining about that conveyor? That's strange, but I guess also not a problem. build it like that. Large monuments done. Coal price increasing. We're kind of preparing for that. Let's build a large monument next to the expo hall. There's so many visitors. Soviet style monument. Seems to be the right choice here. That one shouldn't jump scare anyone. What about next to the train station instead? There's not enough room. Lots of construction vehicles heading through here. Bit of a traffic issue. Alright, are we hooked up with a power line? I think we are. Meaning that the temporary medium voltage wire should be able to go away now. Not that one. That one is important. And we still got electricity. That heating situation is worrying. Why it's like running at 100% a few times. As if it is not getting enough workers all the time. Lots of crime happening. Oh, like lots of crime not being handled correctly. Courthouse is still doing fine. Prison having a few escape issues. I guess doesn't really have a consistent supply of workers, does it? Prison should have priority. If we bring workers to that stop, or workers are waiting at that stop, they should check and see if the prison needs any before they go elsewhere. We will not be able to keep up with the coal demand of a power plant by truck, that's for sure. 12 tons of coal a day. Half that to 6 for 5 megawatt production. Seems like it's going to be rough. Tunnel is built, just need the road being laid. I think we're not going to assign anyone from Bugodonsk anymore. Whatever they have been assigned to, they can build, but other construction tasks will remain local. Because I think we have enough gravel now. and an increased capacity to bring the gravel to where it needs to be, thanks to the 4 extra trucks costing us over 600,000 rubles. But they're just gonna get more expensive, so having them right now I guess is fine. I'm gonna draw out the wires more sensibly, not using the highest capacity, because I don't think we need that, just what we assume that the area will need, which in this case the processing plants shouldn't really need more than 1 megawatt, I don't think. And the mine itself will have even less consumption, so it'll get the smallest underground wire. Yeah, we're gonna stop the coal delivery by truck. They have enough work on their hand, keeping the heating plant supplied, which has dropped by 100 tons. And it's only gonna get colder and more coal is gonna be used, so please focus on that instead. We'll see if the amount of highly educated people recovers, or if it also starts decreasing until the end of the year. The research has stopped, so it should be getting better again, but maybe we're already so low where it's not really sustainable anymore. I could designate another house for them, but I'm not sure if we have any waiting right now at all. -1 people living here. $151 out of 150 people living in this. Someone has a higher occupancy of their flat, it looks like. Even if we get the warning message that something is going wrong with the soft coal supply, We have to have coal locally, otherwise we can't really react. Also, we're losing a lot of money. Something going on with the iron. Seems to be running fine. Must be all the construction materials we're importing. Oh, more disco. It's not really affecting everything, just this location. It's definitely not the underground. Well, it might be the underground wire. Yeah, it is the underground wire. We need another substation. Okay, that could also affect the heating, so should probably be a bit quicker about that. I mean, the other option would just be hooking up a higher capacity underground wire, but I've kind of made it my mission to just stick with the smallest ones for some reason. The more substations I have, the more it'll be easier to upgrade in the future. Because if we have a lot of substations around, then we can that are overlapping, we can upgrade one without affecting the whole power supply. But the new substations already have 3 connections. That is not going to be an issue anymore. I don't know. I think we're getting close to the maximum power demand, but we're also having a bit of an issue with how the substations are being run right now. So, yeah. This kind of needs to be prioritized. Otherwise they're gonna have heating problems. Oh, looks like gravel's running out now that the large trucks are actually using it. Sewage pipe trench is almost done. Only 1,300 days left and 300 tons of gravel, but let's not talk about that. They're getting the gravel from Brugodonska. I did assign that one. Yeah. Heating power fluctuations, not ideal. But it's only affecting that section of the city because we built higher density here and didn't take care of the power infrastructure. It'll be fixed soon. Should not take too long. The wire is probably going to be the one that takes the longest. Substation shouldn't take that long once the footpath is built. Republic needs so much gravel. With the modern gravel processing and everything connected by conveyor, you're not even like thinking that much about it. It's just spewing out way more gravel than you ever need. But with the low throughput version, it's noticeable. To the point where I'm considering having a dedicated processing plant for hooking it up to the gravel storage. I think just another gravel quarry would help. And having another line of more vehicles running to it. I mean, not really, because the processing plant is like busy for most of the time anyway. So yeah, it would have to be another gravel processing plant. We're working on it. They're just complaining about lack of electricity. It's fine. We're working on it. They're causing crime when it's dark. There's no power outage during daytime. So there's all the extra lights during the night. And maybe tea time. Send in the Batman. I don't think we have a Batman. What would communist or like planned economy Batman be like? Because Batman in the Batman universe is like a billionaire, right? It's a super rich guy with like just enough money to throw at issues. I guess we have to find an animal that is a herd animal, so it would be a comrade. We can't really call him comrade man, that wouldn't really work. Billionaire playboy, thank you. I didn't know about that. I don't know if I wanted to know about that. But yeah, we need a herd animal. And then it would be that animal man as a Soviet version. Batman. Like Redman? I don't know. Red Sun, which has Comrade Batman. Comrade Batman. It has to be a different animal, I think. Playboy in the context means he's a good-for-nothing guy who spends his time partying and womanizing. Oh, okay. I'll open up the floodgates for workers once all the resources have been delivered, which will be momentarily. I'll open it up already. The bricks and boards are heading this way right now. Bearmen. Yeah, bearmen would work, I guess. Although bears are also not like group animals. Bats are not isolated in their animal habitats though. There are many in number that live together. Yeah, but Batman is already taken because of the night aspect. And I thought like communist man could be someone about like a group of night active animals maybe. Mole man. I don't know. I don't know if moles are communal. Seems hard-working though. I think moles give that impression of like being hard-working animals. Ant-Man. I think that one's also taken, unfortunately, but technically I think that would work, yes. Bearman. Not again. Comrade Duroplast, constructed with the cast-offs of Trevi production. Duroplast Man. Like the... I guess Duroplast Man would be the communist version of Iron Man, wouldn't it? The Man of Steel would be the Man of Duroplast. And then he would go like, "No, rain, my only weakness." For Stalin's sake, just don't hit him too hard or let him get too much sun exposure. Yeah. Okay, now I need to investigate that. Duroplast, hard plastic made from recycled cotton waste from the Soviet Union and phenol resins from the East German dye industry. Had a steel frame with roof, bonnet lid, bonnet wings and doors made of Duroplast. Yes, plastics car. With a steel frame, but still. It's what Duroplast Man would have wanted, pretty sure. Alright, come on, fix the power supply, just some workers here. It's getting dark again. We'll see the impact immediately, I think. There's flickering. And there's the new power supply. And the flickering is gone. But that pushes us closer to the 5 megawatt limit of the customs house. At least heating should now be stable. And hopefully less crime. To my, what kinda... why? What is Fluffy Wuffy Man? That's... I'm running out of ideas. I mean, like... What about Canine Comrade? That works. Fluffy Wuffy Man is weird, but Canine Comrade could work. Rip this off, Skoy, 10-day rave. Yeah, let's not rave during freezingly cold winter. If we can help it. Looks like the life expectancy is struggling a little bit here. Might already be affected by pollution from the heating plant for all I know. And it's heading up to this point at the very least. Here it seems pretty smooth green. K9 Comrade? Leica already did it. Did Leica had the nickname K9 Comrade? Because I don't think that was the case. And if we're going by the logic that that was already a famous animal of that nation, so we can't reuse it, then I would say Bearman would also fall flat because of that. Jesus Christ, I'm eating licorice and I'm liking it. Licorice tastes like a trabant felt, I guess. What's up with the heating? Don't you go down on me now. With the heating, I mean. What the hell are you doing? You vote in Trusty Bearman? I really need to put some more reliable heating in. I think a second heating plant. Maybe even this one should be relocated, but that would be very risky. There's no room for error in relocating the heating connections. I mean, the residential area is probably not going to move any closer to the heating plant. But two of them would probably have a lot of pollution output. We're dealing with the cases, give it time. I mean, we've already dealt with them. We just need to wait until December flips over and then the message is gonna go away. You won't see Bearmen in the long winter if you're in trouble due to hibernation. That would be a pretty big flaw. Is that sustainable as a superhero? Like, how long does Bearman hibernate? You think Tiger Comrade is better? Why Tiger Comrade? Tiger Comrade, like, if we're saying just like, how would Tiger be a comrade? If we're just saying animals with comrade now, then I don't know. What about Snail Comrade? I could also make up things. Construction over here is slowing down. We need to get to the processing plant, come on. And the waste storage, I guess. And of course all the waste handling itself too. Siberian tigers are pretty badass though. Alright.
Hmm. I have to look up Siberian tigers now. How does the camouflage work for them? I don't know. Just breaking up the silhouette for colorblind animals, I guess. Hibernate man. What would the power of Hibernate man be? I mean, it would have to be hibernation because usually superheroes are named after their superpower, but it also sounds like it's the weakness of the superhero. It's kind of confusing. How's the highly educated population doing? It's still dropping. Okay, we're gonna build the university here. Just a small one. Or we will relocate one of the larger ones. Technical University. Can get rid of that in Bulgodonsk, I guess. Just leave it here. It's gonna take more heating. Meat delivery. Shouldn't that have happened earlier? At 50%? Maybe I need that extra meat truck. I seem to remember that for citizen goods distribution I had like 2 Cavotal and 3 meat trucks. Because the meat supply was always running out. What would be the worst superhero? Superhero name for animal. I mean, Slothman could be kind of bad, but might also be kind of cool. How about the silverfish? Why are we talking superheroes? How did this one get started? With Batman, I think. Who can I blame? Ah, that would mean I have to scroll up in chat. I don't want to do that. Or superhero, refer to the classic East German production worker and parasite. Like animal-based superhero. I don't know that one, but that has me intrigued and I might have to look that up. Like, I'm sure there's very terrible superheroes. But I was specifically thinking animal-based superhero. I was thinking Slothman, maybe Silverfish. Oh my god, what about... I don't know if I should say it. People might find that gross. Gross. You may be pleasantly surprised. Maybe. How would you feel... How would... Oh, they're animals. Okay, I thought it was a play on things. I think I know that one. I think I've seen that one. Was that maybe something with a grasshopper? Pork tamer one. Oh god. I was just thinking easy and simple maggot man, but pork tapeworm boy sounds worse. I give you that. Things like it's enthralled. You hit a nerve, I think. Oh god, no. We're getting too specific, I think. And what is like the main issue? The like his weakness, like antibiotics, or I don't know if they're good against that. Kryptonite, perhaps? I think that's already taken. What if we make a superhero that's weak against anthrax? Would that be good, like, storytelling? Yes. He's weak against nuclear explosions, go get him. He's weak against the heat death of the universe. We just have to set him out. Perfect. Perfect weakness, just right around it. Well, at least all the gravel has been delivered. I guess we can increase the amount of workers going to that high voltage wire construction. Too many cases again? I thought we were doing well. That shouldn't have happened. Oh, we're still in this year. Never mind. It's gonna flick away in a day. When this year becomes last year, and no one cares about the statistics anymore. There's a lot of people at the train station, but I guess they're always getting picked up early enough where they don't really walk over to the cableway station. I mean, I still can crank up the numbers of people being delivered, of course. I wonder if that's gonna help. Yep, we need to deal with the shortage of highly educated people. I'm not sure if it's affecting any of our buildings yet. It might just be that we had too many without their own flat. But yeah, I want to relocate the university into the other settlement. Why is your temperature too low? It's still over 15, it's fine. That was a temporary thing. We can get rid of that university and put some more housing in place. Maybe I will just drop like a small heating plant here with like one worker. And see how much that improves the situation at the edge of the city. It's minus 40 right now. Temperatures are nippy. How does that happen? I think it's because of the delay of the construction vehicles delaying the buses and then running the heating too cold. Maybe I do need my heating plants with one worker around the borders again of the city to help with that a little bit. Like having a heating plant here would probably cause a bunch of pollution, but certainly increase the life expectancy of the citizens. Yeah, otherwise the heating is still okay. It's a little bit cold, down to 13 degrees at minus 46, but that is acceptable. Anything lower than that will start slowly having a negative health effect on them. Looks like the power plant is almost ready to start as well. And I don't think I want to. I mean, the coal is gonna last like some time, but we should wait until we can make coal reliably. And also bring enough workers to the area to run the processing in the mine itself. I'm curious why there's not more people waiting at the cableway station, but it might just be that the throughput of the cableway cars is so high that that doesn't really happen. They just get picked up immediately. As a new player, why do I find it hard to build the railway system? Do you have any tips? Well, you need the signaling to be in a good place. Making sure that if you have a lot of junctions next to each other, you don't put too many signals down. And there's a difference between making an efficient railway system and a pretty railway system. So if you're thinking about making efficient railway systems, you need to have like a general concept of where you want to have the trains go. So for example, if you have this is not efficient setup, but If you have a processing plant and you know, okay, this will make iron at some point and I want to export it by train. So you need to visualize where will the loading station be? Where will the trains arrive at? And then you can lay the track to that point, giving the trains enough space and minimizing the junctions on the main route. Because if you have, the more junctions you have on the main track, the more chance of an interruption. Like if the trains wait up here to enter the main route, they can organize themselves, but disrupt the trains on the main route less. If you have, each industry has its own junction onto the train track, there's a lot more potential for problems that way. The same is true for the road network, like if you have a main road with a lot of junctions leading onto it and off of it, each junction is basically like a chance for a traffic jam to happen. But yeah, trains require more space than roads, because they have a minimum turning radius. And I think that longer trains are more efficient, but they require more planning and more setup work. So if you stick with 150 meter long trains as a default, you should be fine setting that up. Otherwise it like depends on what you're struggling with. Like you say it's hard to build, but the rail network usually goes between large storages. So you don't really want to hook up a rail to going to a grocer, for example, even though you could with the factory connection set a rail transportation to unload at a grocery store. Your rail transportation is your large volume transportation, where you bring a large quantity of resources from one place to another place. Either a large quantity or a very high frequency with a decent quantity, but not really like high frequency with lower quantity, then you're just kind of wasting time and effort. So maybe don't think about, unlike iron, for example, and aggregates where trains are like very important to go right to the production facility. In other situations, for example, storages for food and alcohol, you don't really have to have the train go directly to the production facility or the storage if you don't want to. Sure, the food factory makes, like in this case, 15 tons of food a day. But 15 tons of food a day is not that much. You could transport it from here to a train station that is across the road, if that makes it easier to hook it up by train. I would like to use it for large industries, for exporting, for example. Yeah, then you have to plan the industry with that in mind. Give yourself enough space so you can park the trains there. Make sure that the trains do not block anything while they're parked. If you're building an industry, the train would basically either connect into the industry, or you loop the train around the outside and then park it somewhere on the outside. You shouldn't really have the train go into the industry over roads and other things where it can like cause traffic issues. So ideally the train loading is at the edge of an industry. But you also have to keep the terrain in mind, like where can you come in from? How much do you want to terraform? Are you going to use tunnels to get to it? If you're okay with using tunnels in the construction effort, I could have a train coming in from this side through the mountain and then entering on this side. So tunnels give you a lot of flexibility. Of course you can't use switches on tunnels, so you would have to switch here, use maybe 2 lanes or 4 lanes, and then they can pick 4 different tunnels to park their train on. But in regards to setting up large volume industries with trains, multiple parking spaces for trains. The more parking spaces you have, the more trains can load and unload at the same time. If you're using shorter trains, that becomes more important. And if you want to have a large industry with shorter trains, it also is quite useful to think about not a terminus station like this where they have to turn around once they're loaded, but run-through station. Because then the trains could pile up here and wait. And when the train is done loading, it exits this way, and the other train will drive in right after it. Would give you a lot more throughput. But then you need like a lot of production. I should do the run again where I wasn't really allowed to process iron where I'm like excavating it or mining it. That was kind of cool. We had to transport the iron ore and coal ore from the mine to the processing plant, and that was quite logistics intensive. With early start that could be quite fun. Using conveyors makes it somewhat easy, because then you halve the amount of resources you basically have to transport when the coal and iron have been processed. Looks like we have all the resources for the coal power plant. You're welcome. I hope it helps a little bit. It's really hard to, like, unless it's a specific problem, like a generic, like, large-scale problem of how do I build efficient industries with rail connections, there's so much that goes into it. But yeah, when you're building industries, think about what do you want, like, maybe compartmentalize things. Try to build it with the grid in mind, and then think about, like, I will have iron ore going in, and I want iron to come out of it. And on the exit, then I can plan for, this is going to be where the train will load it, and the input will be from the mine. And whatever it looks like doesn't really matter, as long as you gave yourself enough space. You already visualized what goes in and what comes out, and then you can plan the three things individually. So you have the planning of where the mine puts in the resources, which is usually just a conveyor. Where the export resource comes out, which is also just usually a conveyor, but in this case it also needs space for the train to get there. And then the processing area itself. It's a lot easier with food resources and like crop resources because they require factory connections and they're a lot shorter and easier to set up. Of course you can't cross them, but usually you don't have to because you can just put it on the warehouse and share everything. Or a silo. Share all the crops between all the production plants. Conveyors do have a throughput limit, but it happens at around, I think, 600 tons per day. So the mine output would get into a limit if it wasn't able to push directly into a storage. That limit doesn't really apply here, but that's like advanced stuff. I think setting up an efficient industry and then realizing that you run into the issue of the conveyor belt throughput is advanced stuff, but just be aware that we couldn't run the mine directly into 4 processing plants by conveyors directly, because there would be a throughput limit. I think that only affects extraction industries like coal and iron. I don't think oil can get into such a limit easily. And uranium also doesn't produce that much. I kinda like this square of conveyors around the processing plant. It works. We're almost starting the construction of the first and only processing plant for now. Still need the waste storage for it. But we also need the incineration. 12 tons of asphalt needed for the tunnel. There might be a large truck here supplying it right now. There is not. Oh great, they sent 2 Rosobals and then 2 BZ252. Something is not right with the... I guess they sent it over from the other settlement. Maybe that one has run out of gravel now too. For how much I'm like picking up from it.
didn't have its own gravel storage. They were taking it directly from the processing plant. But no, it seems fine here. And yeah, if you want to build pretty train tracks, then just take up a lot of space, like make the corners larger. Because if you're building efficient train tracks, you can make very sharp, precise corners. But if you want to build a realistic looking train track, you have to give it space. And that takes up, well, a lot of space. Happiness went down quite a bit. 62 people starving, no idea where. But this time we only have 4 settlements, so maybe this time it's easier to find. I assume it's because of the trains. Like they pick up people to go shopping and then there's a delay of the train and they don't make it in time. I don't think we have a literal starvation issue somewhere. Mainly because it would trigger at least one of the local grocers to give us a warning message about like lack of resources at that point. Power plant without drinking water, it's running at 1% because the power line isn't connected yet. I guess it'll supply electricity to the local area. So there's that. Which it was supposed to do, to make sure we can have our own coal production with the power plant. Conveyor is ready, processing plant is being built now. Tons of concrete, gravel and asphalt for the groundwork, and then even more concrete and steel to finish the building itself. Might be worth assigning the other construction offices again after the groundwork is done, so we can bring more concrete more quickly to the location. I don't know if I want a fire station here. Probably to make sure things are safe. It's not that urgent to build it quickly, but I think it would be nice to have. Make sure we have a local fire truck. You get repairs right now, and the other fire truck will be on a different repair cycle. So if something catches fire, there's not going to be an issue with that. Maybe I can speed things up a bit by using dirt roads again, like previously, where we give them access to multiple construction tasks at the same time, so resource deliveries can happen a lot faster. Slow excavator, causing a little bit of a traffic jam. Only 2,200 work days left for the digging of the power line. The sewage pipe is done, which is good.
I hope it works. We'll find that out once we have more workers in the area, I guess. Should be a proper slope. Down to 16% highly educated people, but I don't think I've seen any free buildings yet, so it's presumably just balancing itself to the amount of free flats we gave them for highly educated. We'll increase the amount of workers in the medical university and then get rid of the technical university. Gives us more room for more housing here. We do have a heat exchanger nearby. The heat water tank of this thing is 12 cubic meters and the average for houses around 3, so at least 4 replacement buildings should be possible, probably more. The south side is not doing that well with heating, but still looks like it has enough. Okay, I guess we'll set up the technical service to deal with the drinking water situation. Sewage we shouldn't have to deal with. Otherwise good progress. We can have a temporary small waste truck in here to empty out the fire station. Now that there's a large waste storage next to it. I think that's something I'll do. Small waste trucks were busy, but temporarily one will be relocated to this area and help with the waste removal from this location. Everything else should have a large waste storage other than the fire station. Oh yeah, this is what the power plant looks like. Looks like it's made up of metal, with metal framing. Pretty neat. I guess that's for cooling the whole thing. And the exhaust is up here. I wonder if this is gonna emit coal plumes or if they actually have white smoke coming up from this. I'm not sure if it is for cooling, I just assume it is. It looks like a cooling tower with the draft intake at the bottom. Similar to the nuclear power plant version. Can we build the towers? No, they're also locked now. Behind modern industry. get some money. Not make them freeze too long. It was okay. Wasn't too bad. Yeah, maybe we have to set up a second heating plant. Especially if we want to extend the settlement more. And I kind of want to. This heating plant could also move at that point, like if we drop a heating plant over to the other end of the city, supply it with like distribution office trucks of coal, which is fine as long as we produce the coal nearby. Have the heating plant on this side, maybe in range of the cableway station. I guess kind of the location where it was previously, just... yeah. And then we would have to hook up the heat exchangers to a different source. I'll slowly phase them out. 1, 2, 3. I mean, even over here, there could be more heat exchangers. But that would help with spreading out the pollution. We could also like interlink the city, the city's heating systems, so everyone supplies everything. That means I would run 2 heat exchangers per heat pumping station, and then run both heating plants into that, which would make like a very complicated setup with lots of heat pumping stations and probably be very inefficient. Trying to reduce the heating plant from being the single point of failure would make it so low efficiency that it wouldn't actually work, I think. Because each heat pumping station has, I think, its own drop of temperature just from existing on the network. Well, decent progress. Waste from the technical service will go directly into the incinerator, because we know that waste from this area is not going to contain any plastic. I should set up the technical service to only be 1 kilometer. You are done. You can go back to the regular technical service. Okay, it's been a over 3-hour stream. I'm going to take a quick stretch break. I'll be right back. Okay, that was it. Stretch break over. Technical University is up. Way too many people in it. Also no waste storage. Of course we need one. Well, that means we should be able to get rid of the other technical university now. And we'll run more workers in the medical university as a replacement. Probably also gonna get rid of the monuments and yeah, put a different spin on this area. I wonder if the water delivery is going to be fine or if we need 2 water trucks in the future. They shouldn't consume that much. Maybe the mine will consume a bit more, but it would be the only complex that has a high consumption. The processing plants don't have that many workers, and neither does the incinerator setup. I mean, the waste separation, I guess, has the most of the area. Initially getting close to what the iron mine, the coal mine will have. But once we want to run all 4 processing plants, then the mine will have the most. Local water production will also not be difficult to set up. But I would like to avoid that. We'll probably set it up out here instead. But then they can also just drive over and have an extra truck to pick up from the water treatment inside the city. Another thing I wanted to research was pollution reduction, pollution filters. Make it easier to set up the heating plants around the cities. It's a little bit of impact. 76 years of life expectancy during winter. I mean, it's very cold. Or it was very cold. So I guess they're recovering right now. I don't remember if we had a heating outage. I don't think we did. I mean, we had one... No, we did have one early in November, December. No one has to wait here. I'm not gonna unload as a transfer stop. Fire on the gravel processing. Gravel burning, yeah. Connecting this wire will start putting our power plant on the main grid, at which point it'll probably take over for the electric production in Sovskoye. I'll shut it down before it runs out of coal completely, I think. I will let it produce for a bit. Oh no, it was already connected because we had the bypass route. But the bypass route can now be removed. Still only running at 1%. Oh my god, the processing plant unloading is like a non-traffic optimized version. They could unload here and then just drive around, but it's not how the building is set up. No, it is quite limited power, Simon. Don't spread that. Don't spread those news. That's incorrect. You can't say that. You can't give those people that feeling. Are you honking? I missed that one too. Maybe we'll get it back. One can only hope. We really should. No, we're only using the power plant currently for local production because I never hooked it up to the power line. I'm waiting for the demolition to be done to do that. That's why it's not running at full output yet. Or like, the output it can run at. Makes sense. What are you doing? Technical University in Bogogodonsk. Can you not? Like, don't do that one. Let the city handle that itself. We'll just throw a bunch of people at it and they'll be happy to storm in with sledgehammers and tear it down, I'm sure. Sledgehammering is fun, yeah. I'm not judging, I'm just saying that's what's going to happen. Lots of people having a lot of fun with sledgehammers. Iron price going down is not good for us. But it is pretty good, so temporary drop is okay. Oil price is low for our situation. Wood price is terrible. Still at like starting price basically, US dollar wise. But it is driving apart the ruble and US dollar price, which is interesting. Because I'm exporting to the eastern border, so I would have assumed that to stay closer to towards each other. We'll put in another gas station. No professors here, huh? Interesting. Then this building will hold highly educated people, I guess, to deal with that over time. Concrete deliveries. After which we can do the steel phase, and that one will go a lot faster because we have larger trucks for steel than for concrete. So the processing plant and the mine are basically what's lacking. The storages have been built, the conveyors have been built, bar one conveyor engines. And the rest is just, yeah, waiting for completion of those two buildings. Looks like 3 kilometers is slightly out of range for maintenance in the area. We could set up a maintenance construction office or just give it 3.5 kilometers range. What vehicle did I take out that I did not put back into the maintenance construction office? Oh yes, dump truck. Yep. I used that one to empty out like a small heating plant, I think, at some point, and then never put it back. Yeah, we can probably set it to 3.5 kilometers for the maintenance, and that's fine. In the future there will probably be 3, probably 4 buses running this route, constantly shoveling workers over that arrive here by cableway. Down to 46 21-year-olds without their own flat and shrinking. But it still seems like it's perfectly balanced, like there's not too many highly educated and not too many people with regular education. All the flats are filled. I guess something must be upsetting them in equal amounts that they're all leaving. Yeah, maybe we can put a similar housing block down in this area and make it look like a continuation of this. Still, I really like that one. Must be the red clay tile roofs, the red clay roof tiles. The small road cranes are also a pretty big part why everything is being built up fairly slowly. It's still the resource deliveries that are the main issue, but if we had better road cranes, we could go with the V3S from 53. I think that one is fair, replacing the gas AA crane. I'll make that switch. Replacing old vehicles with that. But yeah, resource deliveries. Like the concrete, especially the concrete. I mean, if I'm improving the concrete delivery, then it's gonna hit the concrete production plants, and then I'm gonna get slightly annoyed at that. We don't really have anything better. The T-138 is from 1959, and I think that one's too modern. The road cranes are really good though. You know what? I'll stick with the old road cranes. The other ones are too normal. So why are people getting annoyed? 140 people want electronics. I can see that. Are they getting annoyed because there's no professors in the university? $900 times low loyalty. Yeah. Well, we don't have any secret police, so I guess we could maybe check for happiness and see where it shows up. Because low loyalty usually also means low happiness, like this area. Might be in need of a closer monument. One that also affects the train station. I guess I did research large monuments, so what about plastering a Soviet star in the center, and everyone will be happier for it. Don't think I'll put those in villages. This is not the best location. It's a little bit slanted to one side, but it should still cover the whole settlement. This building doesn't have a monument yet, except I guess it is in range of the Soviet star. It depends on how much housing we're going to set up here, how that's going to look like. The heat exchange is at 52% now. That's getting close to at or even over capacity. But it is also close to the actual heating plant, which means it gets heating directly from the plant itself, so these buildings are heated on their own anyway. Let's wait with more housing. Let's be a bit careful. Let's get the power situation under control first. Now we're gonna hook up the power plant proper. And then the coal consumption is going to shoot up. Looks like the mine has been connected. This whole area, this whole construction here, not urgent right now, we'll pause it. Focus on the waste management side and the infrastructure for water, sewage and electricity. The mine doesn't need that many materials, it just needs a ton of workers. But once the footpath to the mine is set up, the groundwork is done, and we can set up the bus route and ferry a lot more people here, that amount of workers is gonna go up on its own. I could already start the bus route, I guess. Let's get rid of some of these older vehicles. As replacement vehicles, they're also not going to be... Oh god, that was all of them. Wrong button. Well, it's fine. It's fine. Let's get 4 ZIS buses from the 40s. And we'll run a bus route. No one will be unloaded as a transfer stop, they all just go into construction sites. The mine itself will be cranked up to 387 workers, so all of the workers can make it there. But first we have to finish the footpath. Looks like that one didn't connect properly. Oh god, is the same thing gonna happen again? Where it's not gonna give me the connection anymore, you bastard! I'm not okay with this game. Give me my connection. I wonder why that's happening. Like when we're connecting the road here, the snapping point for the footpath suddenly seems to vanish. Even though it's already connected to the road, I think. But maybe it didn't work because it was in planning mode? I have to pay attention to that, make sure it actually works. Otherwise we're gonna waste more time than I want. Then we'll have to do the concrete pouring after the groundworks set up the structure on top, and then the tunneling phase will start, I think. Well, structure and the conveyor itself. We can test it with a dirt road and later on upgrade it to gravel if everything works. Maybe rotate the waste storage a little bit. Hook it up a little bit further to the back. Might make more sense. If it doesn't work, then that's a way to resolve it, I think. I'll build it that way right from the start, I think. Maybe just like here and then follow the footpath into the road. That's one of the two waste pickups. I guess the other one was maybe going to the university in Bugodonsk, and will still take a little while to get here. So the main point of this setup is local coal available for pickup for the local heating plant, probably multiple heating plants, and the power plant. Coal pickup would be made available from the coal storage of the power plant, I think. Oh, it arrived. Alright then, give me that connection. Okay, no interruption in footpath access, so it can be built, and this road will be gravel, that's fine. Concrete pouring phase for the processing plant's almost done. Should we bring in more workers? I still don't have the tunnel, I guess. But it's being worked on now. Yeah, steel deliveries go a lot faster. Also because the trucks are faster. And it's not snowed in. Okay, let's start bringing workers here. They will be able in the future to build the pedestrian entrances and the like. Curious that this one has 50 workers only, whereas this one has 100 and... Oh, this one was a metro entrance. Yeah, I picked a more modern one because I needed it to go down lower. So it has capabilities for more workers. Let's get the buses. Alright. Decent amount of workers. That's the last conveyor engine that we need. The processing plant in the mine, plus the footpath tunnel up to the mine, I guess, are next. Although I could also bring people directly to the mine with a bus, but I want to avoid that. Where is the dump truck assignment? Three more deliveries of concrete. And then the rest for the processing plant will be easy. The 50 speed limit is pretty much academic. I should put it down to like 40, which is the speed we have during winter. So it's like always running at the same pace over the asphalt roads. We could set up a brick factory and make the bricks for the tunnel ourselves, but we need the tunnel before we can do that, so I guess future tunnels could benefit off of that. And the brick factory would be so quick to set up as a supply for local construction offices. Okay, still works. Well, it should. Yep, it does. Okay. The footpath tunnel should finish before the mine will finish, and then the workers will make up their way to the mine. Now the power plant's producing for our local energy needs, which will increase coal consumption, and I will shut it off before all of the coal gets used up, otherwise we don't have enough to keep producing coal here. I mean, it should still use like external power. I guess it's not the end of the world, we can just run power in that way. Yeah, we can let it run empty, that's fine. As soon as there's a little bit of coal being produced, the power plant will resume operations and make sure we don't drop over our limit of 5 megawatts from the import. The end station also needs fuel, otherwise they're gonna go to the gas station all the time. Maybe I can take off the speed restrictions through the tunnel. So they can drive full speed up the tunnel if they want to. I just plowed, like cleared from snow, so vehicles that are faster. Why not? I would like to raise the terrain over the... well, over the tunnel a bit. Clearly not what I wanted, is for it to collapse, but yeah, we can make it work. Still no professors here. Highly educated numbers down to 15%. Did you bring students back? You weren't supposed to. I guess I only turned it off for Kugoshny and forgot the one in Bugudonsk. Well, now it's fixed. I think. Put the tunnels on high priority. Processing plant does not need high priority right now. I'll get its concrete whenever there's nothing else that needs to be done. Wait, you can't... Why can't you reach that anymore? I enabled you specifically so you could work over here. And maybe I need a house full of highly educated people to live closer to that place. Another house then. In range of the university, so we actually have highly educated people walk to it. I thought I checked that one and it was in range. Huh. Strange. No, it is in range. Must have removed a single short footpath somewhere that put it out of range, but that way it would work. Fewer workers arriving again. Are we out of cement, or why are the concrete deliveries that slow? Well, we just unloaded some cement, but it would have been 5 tons at most. Seems to be in order. Gravel is looking okay. Rail construction is eating a lot of it. But that is just chugging along on its own. I'm not sure we're going to be able to pay back the loans. Always doing more construction. I mean, that's why they're there, right? We can set something up that makes more profit in the end. Why not? That should be all the concrete, 5 trucks, up to 25 tons, if they fully loaded. Groundworks, no, the pouring concrete phase for the mine will be done. Then the superstructure on top for the, I guess it's not the escalator, the elevator. Start a new custom game to learn about waste and demolition in this jungle. Start is interesting. Large Soviet customs house with power next to it. Large Western customs house. Yeah, if you have Western and Eastern customs houses right next to each other, you can do a lot of trading right away. Should be arriving here soon. Oh, speak of the devil, they're right here, except one truck. So yeah, processing plant, mine should be set up early. Then we have to work on the waste handling, and then the whole setup should run on its own with its own coal production. We'll increase the throughput by adding more and more workers to it, either by providing them locally with more residential buildings or a new city that runs people here by train. Both an option. Is the demolition in Burgodonsk done? Because then I'm going to set up more houses there. Looks like it. The footpath is crooked. These houses take 2.52 cubic meters. Okay. 65, 70 meters, yeah, that'll be plenty. Okay, I'll extend the housing here a bit, where the university was. Hello Willy Ken, welcome. How's the drain load on the utilities? Seems fine. Water trucks. There's a water truck idling, sewage is handled by sewage pipes now. Waste management is okay. Electricity is getting a little bit dicey, but we're working on that. We can import at most 5 megawatts, and we're going up to like 4, slightly over 4 in certain instances. And that's why we're building a coal mine and a power plant. Can you not scrap vehicles in the customs house? I don't want to use the scrapyard yet. No, you can't scrap vehicles in the customs house. You can deliver them to the customs house and sell them as used vehicles, if you have some other vehicle that can carry them. Tunneling phase, loads of workers. I'll increase the amount of people that can walk here, which is going to be useful once the tunnel is done. The tunnel is done, but the entrance and exit aren't yet. That'll be done shortly. I think we should be able to set the amount of export without worry, because Kugoshni is going to draw from it before exporting, right? Maybe not. It goes through the switch, and then export is a single power line, and domestic supply is a switch, and then, or like a transformer, and then a substation. So it's one jump shorter to go to the export, and it might cause problems in Kugoshni if we started exporting power. Gas station done. Nice. 6 waste trucks. We will need more for the distribution office once it's built. I should name the ash distribution office in the Bugodonsk iron mine the same. Okay, steel framing phase for the processing plant. Shouldn't really get interrupted by anything else. The footpath tunnel is done. Entrance is still waiting for more exit is waiting for more resources. Entrance just waiting on workers. The workers delivered here by bus can unload into that construction site. I guess we're kind of waiting on more workers to arrive here. The buses are just cycling around and not transporting anyone. There's a lot of people at the train platform, but only when there's a train arriving, I think, do they actually walk over. It's very inconsistent. Let's make it a 50-50 split. It's making the same beeping noises as the other coal power plant. I had like several power plants next to each other. It was very loud because of the beeping. Power is urgent, water and sewage not so much. Okay, tunneling phase is undergoing. Just slightly more than 20 deliveries of concrete. And the amount of workers looks good. Now we're getting more workers, maybe? At least when a train arrives, it'll get 50% of the workers to the coal setup. Maybe I should remove the transfer stop now. That leaves the risk of not enough workers making it to the heating plant, because with the transfer stop, there should always be enough workers in the bus route. But I feel like we have so many workers here now that we need just a way to like cycle them through the bus route a little bit, forcing them to walk through the cableway stations if there's not too much work to be done in the food factory, and the other cableway station could require a few more workers. But yeah, that's a potentially risky change. But it fills up so quick, I think we'll be all okay. We don't have too many trains. There's enough like time in between where it has like time to recover. Entrance done. Work on the exit, and then the coal mine, I guess. More brick deliveries, more concrete, more workers, more steel. And yeah, once these 3 buildings are done, the mine, the tunnel exit, and the processing plant, it should start operating. It should start producing. Probably need some monuments here. Still want to find a way to boost loyalty with monuments enough where we can get a positive feedback loop on loyalty. Some way to get like over 50% loyalty, because then you can start boosting it instead of just dealing with the negative effect. But it's difficult. Without like mass media, a radio or TV station, I don't think it's going to be possible. There will be a lot of workers in the waste separation plant, so maybe they can have their own micro Lenin next to it. I think it's an industrial area, like big Lenins everywhere. Bombastic industry. Range of 90 meters, right? Yeah. Might cover this incinerator, it's not clear. It's not 90 meters range as a circle, but it depends on the grid. And I guess the grid would say 90 meters out that way, goes up to this point, and then upwards. So this would definitely be in range. But this incinerator doesn't have that many workers. The first incinerator and the processing plant have the most. And the other buildings we should hopefully be able to cover by a Soviet emblem. That's a few workers. Once the construction is done, the workers can go wherever they want. Probably still going to set up a fire station. The investment on the processing plants is just too much, I think, to rely on a fire station that is slightly further away. It's just some redundancy in the setup, I think, that will keep everyone safer. Deliveries of concrete. 2 deliveries of steel and probably 2, maybe 3 deliveries of mechanical components. And then all the resources are in place. Minus the bricks for the metro exit, I guess. That one requires a few more. Let's send in the trucks from Budonsk as well. They can make that way here. Didn't I send a small waste truck here? Or did I send it here and then send it away again too fast? Might have been the latter. No, it was that I did not have mixed waste assigned yet. Well, that makes sense. Bring it over here for now. Yep, we're missing coal. I'll turn that checkbox back on once we actually start producing. The power plant can shut off, like I said. It's not a problem. A lot more vehicles, but further driving distance. Still a good choice, I think. We should see more resources coming in, obviously, in total, because of the additional vehicles, even if they have to drive a little bit. Fuel prices aren't that high anymore. And they're back to 2000. But it seems like the fuel is staying stable, versus the ruble basically inflating itself, having the value like deflate. The ruble is inflating, so actually fuel is getting cheaper because of that. And it would be kind of profitable exporting fuel to the west, more than to the east. Didn't remember a coal processing plant required, so many buildings to deal with waste. Yep. That's the game. Always more stuff to deal with. Forgetting one thing and then how you deal with it. It's like, yeah, kind of the game, I think. How you manage things. Because I think it's on purpose that there's so much. Each individual production chain is not that complicated, but once you add waste, you put like 60% more complexity on top of it, I think. If not even more. Waste management for the production chains is like as important as the production chain itself. Because if you're not dealing with it, then the production chain will stop. You could say the same about power, but waste has a lot more logistics involved to make it work. Last concrete delivery for the mine. Still need a ton of bricks and boards for the pedestrian exit for the coal mine. But we are ready to start soon. This year even, I think. We should get that done until end of December, I believe. .8 tons per truck, so 44 tons is 5 trucks. We have 7 trucks of bricks and a truck of boards. So 8 trucks. There's 9 heading here right now, so we should be good. Maybe prioritize the waste storage next. And the setup for the incinerator would be helpful. We'll be able to start sending the waste from the city to here as well. Once everything is in place and we can deal with the dispersion. I need to check at the iron mine again if I use dedicated vehicles or use the distribution office. I think I used the distribution office to get rid of the waste. One dump truck to deal with the construction waste and metal scrap. But I used a dedicated vehicle for the plastics waste because somehow the distribution office didn't do that. Might have used the wrong setting, but it works that way. And I guess we can do the same. Let us not run out of money during winter, if possible. We paid back a lot of our loans again. More than 500,000 per loan. I guess I had to take out another one recently. Not having to import coal will be nice. Having to transport the coal to Bogudonsk in a local storage could be a bit annoying. I mean, they could also pick it up by truck and drive it to their own heating plant instead of the customs house. That seems reasonable. Which is probably what they will do. I mean, slow vehicles driving on the main road, but what can you do? It's Siberia. The mine has been set up. Now water and sewage are also becoming more important. Power connection almost done. Yeah, let's set up water and sewage. The monument itself will have low priority. Footpath exit has all the resources it needs, just throw workers at it until it's done, and then they can walk into the coal mine and work even if there's no drinking water. Because we now have electricity. The truck is bringing water directly for now. And yeah, everything is ready to start production now. As soon as the footpath exit is done, workers will unload to not build the footpath tunnel exit anymore, but go to all the facilities. And hopefully we will get some more people making their way to the cableway station then. Still no professors here. Highly educated down to 15%. I guess when there's train deliveries of workers, I could set them to like unload to the university first to make sure that it gets the first pick of workers. And that hopefully will deal with all highly educated people choosing that as the primary workplace if they arrive here by train. Which will hopefully give some people university education. Until we stabilize the numbers of highly educated people a bit more. Only 17 people that are 21-year-old or higher and don't have an own flat. Something is going weird in this republic, like population count is dropping a lot. We're actually seeing room in some flats now, and yes, it's the highly educated number that is dropping, so we need to get that under control. But I think with that change for the bus route, that should happen now. And maybe I should build another house to encourage people living right next to the university, having a higher education by default. Metro exit is done. They can go here and do whatever they want. The power connection isn't done yet for the processing. Please finish that. The coal mine can the coal mine can work already, but the processing cannot. But we do have a storage for it, so it's fine. Oh no, it is working. I guess the processing plant is already in the power range of the mine itself, so that's nice. We have coal. But it's not being transferred out yet because this conveyor engine requires power. As soon as this substation jumps to life, we will have coal produced for the power plant, and then might just be able to turn off importing electricity. Although, as a safety measure, it would probably still be a good idea to keep importing for now and just deal with like the basic supply of maybe our first two cities. Because this could currently run full on waste. Not that it has that much production, but the waste handling isn't set up yet. Sewage is connected. Just missing the water and the substation. Substation having a higher priority. Over here we're finishing the construction of the garbage stand. Can't see the option to load vehicle and flatbed. You either need to bring the vehicles to a vehicle depot or in a road depot for the basic vehicles that can have it, like an excavator. You have that option inside a building directly. I think that option is only visible for very slow vehicles by default. Everyone else, you have to have a vehicle and check if they can load something. Let's see. So that vehicle, for example, has the load onto flatbed button. None can carry it because it's too heavy. But that only shows up... oh, it shows up here too. The liquid concrete truck has it as an option for some reason. That's curious. I guess because it's below 20 kilometers an hour, probably you have the option for the liquid concrete truck. Without that option, yeah, you need a vehicle storage. There's a small one. And then drive the vehicles in there and set a route. But make sure that the vehicles actually can fit onto a truck. So that's a building that you would have to set up. Then you can send obsolete vehicles into that building and run them with a route. I'm on 1930s, so I'm using the Table truck to see if I can load an AMO bus. You should click the AMO bus and it'll tell you what can load it, what's currently available. Oh, I guess no, you're right, you have to select the truck. The faster vehicles don't have the option to show what can carry them, because the game doesn't consider that a normality. So in our case, we would go over to an open hull truck and then check what it can load based on weight maybe. So the largest vehicle we could carry from the early start with the YA 12D would be the Stalinets bulldozer. It's not just the weight, it's also the size of the vehicle. There's like some checks that take place. Speaking of checks, what about wear and tear of our buildings across the Republic? 36% oil well should probably be maintained. There's no construction officers in range of this. I have to trigger it manually. And then they assign themselves, but yeah. Maintenance office should already have triggered the reconstruction at 30%. What about setting you to... no, 3.5 is still not in range. No, you don't have that option in the free depot. Like I said, you need a vehicle storage. As in... space for vehicles containers. Then you can drive the AMO in that one and set a vehicle to pick up other vehicles from it and drive it to the border. The load vehicle onto flatbed option only appears for vehicles that are apparently below 20 kilometers an hour or something of that, like something of that effect. Well, the AMO is faster than that, so you don't see that. I'm not aware of another way to load vehicles, like if you set a truck route to go to a normal vehicle depot, I think it always stops there. I don't know if you can get a load option that way. I guess we can check it. So, for example, open hull truck at a vehicle depot, and we'll put some other vehicle in there, like a Zwickau. No, I don't think it works when the vehicle's already in the depot. So I'm going to make it do like a weird route so it's external out of the building and not assigned to the depot anymore. And then what I want is for you to go here and load, but I do not have the option to do that. I can't set a load command. Oh, I can. Okay, then load the vehicle and just bring it over here. Load it. Wait until loaded. So maybe you can use that then, if it works. I haven't tried that yet. I'm testing. Oh my god, what? Why do we have 3 of these loaded right now? Oh, you loaded them from the construction office. Yeah, you were supposed to load them from the vehicle depot, not the other way around, and send them to the construction office. It always puts the road depot at the back of the road, that's why I got confused. But yeah, apparently you can use that. Doesn't seem to be able to load from a vehicle depot. So be aware of that. You can't load from a vehicle depot. But you apparently can load vehicles from a construction office. Maybe that's enough. I wonder if that applies to other buildings. Sounds like Soviet logic, yeah. So I guess you can use the free construction offices to put the vehicles in that you don't want, and then load them by truck from those buildings. Could also probably use regular construction offices like I did, but the free construction office would work, a free depot does not. It's an early, easy way to export vehicles away again, if you don't want them. Yeah. Okay, we're almost full on coal ore. I need that substation, guys. Steel, bricks, and boards, please. Once the resources are here, we're going to crank up the number of workers, and then hopefully the substation will finish soon, because the power plant is out of coal. I'll need a distribution office to bring the coal to the heating plants. I'm assuming I'm going to have more than one in this area. But it currently doesn't even have its own distribution office yet. Small one should be sufficient, I believe. It's going to have to drive out to the right side to pick up the coal first, so it makes sense to have it on this side of the road. Right now the distribution office that brings the coal here is right next to the customs house. And the trucks will just relocate to this area, at least half of them. The settlement of Pugudonsk has its own distribution office, which I guess means that all of the vehicles could relocate. But it's 6 and we will only take 5. 15 days for the substation. Processing plant will almost jump to life. Interesting how much water they consume. I guess the water truck isn't really keeping up, because there's not that much capacity inside the building itself. But yeah, make some coal, even if the waste starts running full. I guess that statement is not good. Let's stop bringing mixed waste to the city storage, because I don't want pollution piling up there. The fire station has been cleared up, so the small waste truck can make its way back into the city. That building is, I think, going to be in range of an existing waste storage, so the new fire station doesn't need any modification. We got power, and we got coal. Building is currently without power supply, because we have no electric substation that brings stuff to this. No electric substation that powers this building. I need a dump truck real quick. Where are you from? Construction office dumpers. Gonna be switched over and do some other work momentarily. Just bringing some coal into the power plant so it can start working again. Like I said, it should not be an issue except for initial start, but I should set up a switch, like a substation that also has that in range, otherwise it's going to become an issue in the future. Even though I just said it wouldn't. I just have to worry in mind that something goes wrong with the processing, we run all of the storage for coal dry, and then suddenly the power plant doesn't have any coal and it doesn't easily restart. Alright, just pick up from here, unload in here, do that once, and you're done. Then the whole process will start running. And I'll relocate the substation so it's in range of the tower. Then that should keep it covered. Means we can get rid of the other one. I mean, once the power plant starts roaring to life, we will have electricity here anyway. Come on, coal truck, do your delivery. Which means I can just disconnect the wire and hook it up to the new connection. No need to draw a full-on new wire. But yeah. As soon as the coal loads in, it goes into the power plant, brings this conveyor engine to life, and it fills up with coal on its own. So that was all that was necessary for the moment. Go back to the dump truck construction office, and I'll rework the power line here to the new substation. The power plant will keep everything else in the area powered, as long as it has coal and workers. So problem could be that we run out of workers here. Power plant shuts down, cableway stops unloading workers. But that's a calculated risk I guess that we can take for now. We can also set the warning for coal again, because this is producing a ton of it. Okay, fire station ready. I think 2 fire trucks are okay. Maybe reduce it to 10 workers, but definitely 2 fire trucks. Oh, we just need drinking water in here. Oh, we have it, but it gets used up rapidly. Oh, well, the storage is very small. 0.03 cubic meters per day. Look how fast it goes. There's not enough storage in here. The water substation up on the hill would be sufficient to finish construction to provide it to the current processing plant, but the other substation is needed for everything else in the area. And yeah, mixed waste will now accumulate here rapidly. Because I'm not sending it away anymore. I want it to be handled locally rather than sent to the city and overfilling the local waste storage itself. Which kinda happened. I have to fix that. What you can do is send the mixed waste here. And hazardous waste, should you find any, you can drop into the hazardous container stand. We will switch over the mixed waste delivery to the incinerator once it's there, but at least we can dump it somewhere so the production of coal doesn't get interrupted for the next couple months. What are good names for power plants? Tech 5. Just power station, power plant. TPP. What is TPP? I don't see it. Kraftwerk number 5. Well, we're in Sovskoye unfortunately, but the thought is appreciated. Isn't it only the first one? Maybe we don't put the settlement name in and we'll actually call it number 1 because it's the first one. Kraftwerk 1. Generation X? No, that sounds like a meme name. I'm opposed to that. You asked for a good name, I provided a good name. True. You did. Substation here is up. Water delivery is now incoming. Still leaves the substation for the mine. But the internal water storage there seems much greater. X can be a number. Oh, D generation 1. Generation. Gotta keep looking up. They all call them power plant, power station, thermal power plant doesn't. I don't know what the TPP, the GRES means. What does the GRES means? GRES. Ekibastus GRES 1, also known as AES Ekibastus, is a 4,000 megawatt coal-fired thermal power station. GRES. Oh, GRES is I guess the abbreviation for coal-fired thermal power station. I cannot read that. State Regional Power Station, GRES. Okay. Board 1. Yep, we're gonna go for board 1. They've all been built with like a safety system, which is called an abort. But let's not get into that. Why degenerate? Doesn't make any sense. We're not going to call our power plant a degenerate. It's not a degenerate. Why are you insulting my power plant? Look at that, we have enough workers for a full throughput coal production on a single processing plant, and it's making tons and tons of coal. So I guess we're gonna pick up coal domestically now. Not the customs house anymore. Don't have a loading station for it yet, I wanted to set that up. Loading will be a bit slow. Yeah, the degeneration, I don't know. Degenerator is a red name that's totally killer for the 1990s. You'd be a decade ahead. I know what a degenerate is. I'm not a fan of using that as a name. Makes me a little bit worried. Coal loading from the power plant should be fine. It has priority on like new coal input. Sure. Sort of self-deprecation. But Degeneration X, once Triple H and China enter the power stage, you'll see. How about Degen Board 1? Best I can do, I guess, for now. That's a compromise I can accept. Excellent, we have a deal. Where else are we bringing coal? I guess the local heating storages too, right? That one, for example, is handled by the distribution office. I guess, yeah, we can just relocate everything to the city in one distribution office. I mean, having a national distribution office for the villages would make more sense. So, a second distribution office, just one that deals with the local power plant and one that deals with anything that has to do with a village. The villages don't need that much coal normally. You know what, I'll make it a medium-sized one. Coal is important, coal is delivered through a large area in the Republic. Just make it a medium-sized distribution office for the national coal distribution. I don't like that idea. That might destroy the hill or the footpath leading up to it. National distribution. Maybe we can use faster trucks for it. Tumayo is also on board. Excellent. Glad we came to an agreement. Now to think about doing any production with coal, brick factory, steel mill, the waste management definitely has to be put in place. And we kind of need that soon. Very, very soon. I think we're just lacking like resource deliveries here. The open haul truck distribution offices or construction offices too far away for being assigned automatically. Yeah. Now it should be in range. I don't think there's going to be a road out of this hole. We're not going to like drill a tunnel to go to the west. That would be a route reserved through the outside past development 1. Man, further development into the map with this rough terrain. I guess we're waiting on the steel mill to be set up. Steel mill and brick factory, because then we have all resources but prefab panels produced locally. That brick production would be quite nice right now. In regards to export, there would be a storage here. Probably the conveyor engine, I mean definitely the conveyor engine has to go past this as well. But one output would be to the right side into a storage. And then from there, the trains would export. All the storage could be here, but the loading station should be as far back as possible. Loading coal onto trains is going to be a must if we want to build out further into the Republic, because truck deliveries are just too unreliable. We might even set up a coal train that runs through all the villages and brings coal to them, instead of like driving it by truck. Can't really get much more range here. So conveyor goes through, hooks up a storage, probably a conveyor bridge. I think that's quite unnecessary with the bridge for the storage, but we still need it because there's going to be a loading station on that side. I wonder if I should use the older buildings, but they also need a ton of concrete and no bricks, so it doesn't really matter which ones we use. I was gonna go for them because they had more of an old look and feel to them, but I guess that does not really matter too much. So that would provide us with the capacity to load trains. It will probably need its own substation with more oomph. We would have to run long trains through here. The steel loading itself would not need long trains. Steel and bricks can probably be loaded from the same storage if we set up the production right. But yeah, this should give us a nice, smooth area for the trains to come in with 450 meters before we have to go into tunnels. That looks acceptable. So this will give us enough space for that tunnel. We'll probably have either a single, but more likely a double tunnel go through here. And then it'll split up into the aggregate loading, which needs the longer track, and then into a loading station for the steel and bricks. The storage is only really intended for like export. We would have a conveyor connection out leading towards the steel mill and the brick factory. And that would be behind the power plant. I guess the power plant being right in range of the steel mill means we don't need a connection to it. I'm not sure. Just for visualization, not final yet. We can also load steel from the steel mill by train, but I think an external storage makes more sense. We will probably use the... How am I going to deliver the iron here? Micromanaging ash dumps is really annoying. Is this what I have to keep doing? No. I don't know why you're micromanaging them. I'm using a distribution office to bring ash to them. Looks like we're filling up on construction waste. Like ash dumps, you just need multiple dumps so it spreads out and dissipates on its own. A single dump doesn't work, but if you have multiple and you bring it to them via distribution office, dumping the ash into new dumps as the dumps keep filling up. Like I said, I'm using a single distribution office and spreading it out over multiple dumps. You need to check and make sure your ash is actually pure ash. If you mouse over it, it should only say ash, and then it slowly goes away. The amount, 5.8 tons, will slowly start decreasing. And when you're using distribution offices to bring it to the dumps, they will always pick the one that has the least amount. If you get more than 6.5 or whatever the largest capacity is in a dump, then you need more dumps. I have 9 for this iron mine, which should be enough. But I can build more if it isn't. I don't have the waste separation, and the hazardous import seems to contain aluminum scraps. Well, then your dumps are gonna not fill up with pure ash, but ash and aluminum scrap, and the aluminum is not gonna go away. Then you're slowly filling up the dumps. So that's not sustainable. If it's only aluminium, you can let them rot have the ash rot away and then carry the aluminium to the border, but the loading will be quite slow. But then you will have to micromanage it until you have waste separation, yes. Okay, how am I going to deal with the iron? Driving it directly to the steel mill? There's not that much internal storage. I guess we could have an unloading station in front of the loading station. Ah, there's only room for 2. Okay, that's getting a little bit tight with the space. Do I want to export coal? It's all going through the steel mill or via distribution. I need loading for coal, for trains to bring coal to other settlements. But I guess I don't need that large of a storage. Maybe I can make something work if we give it less of a storage space. If I do that, then the conveyor will have a really hard time making its way out of the area. Maybe convey coal from further back. There's not that much room here. I guess, yeah, maybe we could bring the excess coal from that over. I just wanted to have it all go through the same conveyor engine for balancing purposes. Are the coal trains going to be 450 meters long, or is the loading of coal require shorter trains? Because I don't think we're going to park a 450 meter long train next to a city for unloading coal. We're going to have we might even have a distribution office for coal transport. The iron unloading will require the most space. Wait, does the conveyor always need to go down? No, it doesn't. It can go uphill. That is fine. I just set it up like that because it looks cool. I think. Waste incinerator is ready. Technical service will send mixed waste to the incinerator now instead of the storage. That storage will be used by the city. No resources, mixed waste. Well, you'll have mixed waste soon, don't you worry. But yeah, I think what was the loading station will become the unloading station for iron instead. It's not going to be a run-through station for sure. But then it also doesn't need to connect to these conveyors in any way, because it's only going to go into its own storage to the right of it. And then that's where the steel mill will be, somewhere over here. The train will run around it. We'll have our unloading station, iron storage, steel mill next to the iron storage, coal conveyor goes into the steel mill, into a brick factory, and then conveyor continues on for coal loading somewhere nearby. So that would be the whole unloading station. Steel mill could come in here. Coal will be conveyed through into the steel mill and a brick factory, and then a coal loading station. Maybe a coal loading station like next to the power plant, for example. For 150 meter long trains. 150 meter long trains should not be a problem. We can fit the building and we're 2/3 of the way there. The iron storage will be overkill, but it's going to give us like the ability to start exporting steel if we want to. And we can use our long trains, unload them here, and they can leave. Basically the same storage capacity that the iron mine itself has. There will be no train going directly into the steel mill, I think. We will use conveyor engines to feed the steel mill with resources from the storage. And then the external storage for steel export on the outside, accessible by, I think, distribution office. Maybe even multiples. Although, multiples. 1,170 tons of steel for 43 tons of steel production. I think a single one is going to be enough. So, steel storage, steel mill connected to the storage. Coal comes in around. Waste is going to be picked up by technical services, driven up here into the incinerator. Never build waste separation or incineration, just shipped it to customs. That works until like you get to a certain amount and it's like it becomes painful transporting it to the border. It's so much, and then maybe you try and figure out a way to deal with it locally. And this waste management setup will handle things like this. Is going to be incineratable waste. It's going to be nice and clean. Construction waste, metal scrap, all has been removed. We will have to transport the construction waste to... oh yeah. I guess I might need another storage for construction waste loading. If it's small enough, maybe we can bring it to the iron mine setup. Or we could have a construction waste loading station out here somewhere, next to the train track. It's not that far. Next to the coal power plant, just go in, load, and then go back onto the route. I mean, if I wanted to be really brutal, or like not brutal, but like silly, I could bring the coal out here to a storage and load it next to the city, but that feels strange and weird and like slightly inefficient. Do I really need 5,000 tons of iron ore storage? I'm going to shorten it. These ones are large enough. Gives us more space. The storage capacity will be large enough to allow us to cycle trains through this. That will be okay. Okay. No collision issues anymore. In Wyoming, we had a coal and iron ore train go through town a few times a year. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen here. There's gonna be an iron train going through Sovskoy to get to this place, unload and then go back. And that means we have to upgrade the iron ore trains with faster engines so they don't slow down passenger traffic. I'll probably set up the engine, like I said, between the storage and the building. Yeah, I think a single engine could handle coal and iron if we wanted to. Iron does not need a connection to the brick factory, so that's going to be disconnected. If I want to have the steel storage load into the same station as the bricks one, then that is doable. So again, maybe not the final location, but just for visualization. We will have our storage for iron. Maybe a second one, I don't know. Could have a dedicated one for iron, but I think it's all going to go into one storage shared between steel and bricks. So something along this side. Then brick production, brick factory, also going in here. We're not using the train tracks for this building. And then coal can be fed in from the front on both. Iron will be fed in from... I mean, this is looking pretty good, like, as a setup, I think. We can probably use that. So single conveyor engine here, just carrying the iron over, making sure we use the internal storage. Second conveyor coming in from that connection around leaving the storage for the coal pickup and the power plant alone. And that will then feed into the steel mill, the brick processing, and another storage which is for domestic coal supply. So I don't think we're going to give the steel mill and the brick production its own storage. No rail into steel? No. We're going to use storage to load the steel. Because the internal steel capacity is not that large. It only holds 150 tons, so it kind of needs its own storage. And for iron ore, I want to load into a storage, and for coal, the internal capacity doesn't matter because we're supplying it by conveyor anyway, not by train. And then the train goes out here, arrives somewhere behind the power plant setup to hook up into either one direction or both directions of the train track. We could set it up so it only uses the counterclockwise lane, because then it would create fewer traffic issues and just runs this route in a counterclockwise loop, like a roundabout. For the steel trains, probably distribution office maybe, 150 meters. We might be able to move it back further. Could be getting in the way of the... No, it should be fine. We can move that back, give us more space. And then we have the road connection out here past the brick factory. I mean, we can turn the brick factory too, but we need the coal connection on the upper side. Make it easier for the conveyor to connect. We'll run a conveyor along here. Conveyor engine to turn a corner. Conveyor engine to come down this way, maybe hook up into both of these. Seems like we're not catching the brick factory unless I would go diagonal. So I don't know, probably just a conveyor bridge to get across. I think we'll be using regular conveyor engines to make this work. Yeah, we can use a bridge. Use that for a nice corner. Should all be doable with regular engines, because we can just go underneath those connections. Got to get power line direct to the steel mill. We have a power plant here. Should be able to supply power to the steel mill directly from just proximity. Plus we have a high voltage switch. Don't distract me, we're running out of money. How could you? Almost killed the Republic. Very evil. I thought you had to use direct connect. No, it's an option. You can also use substations. It also hooks up to substations normally. We will need a substation in the area to make sure the loading station for the steel will work. What about that connection? Don't use a bridge here. Well, the bridge is kind of neat because I don't know. I like the corner it does. Still gotta like leave room that the conveyor can go over, so we should probably put the conveyor in place first. But from a concept standpoint, this would be the last connection. And then south of this, we have room for the coal loading. And that would be, I think, all of the setup, pretty much. Oh, we built it like this, same thing. YouTube did a sound thing, so there we go. Fixed. It's not very space efficient. Well, it also shows us that we have pretty big amount of space here to work with. I don't know, might make it look nicer even. More like industry. Could even set up a coal storage here for the steel mill. And the brick factory, there's that much space. A 1,000 tons, why not? Problem with that would be it wouldn't use the internal storage anymore. I'm just gonna use the internal storage. Make it look nicer. Add a few trees. Yeah, the steel mill is gonna really do wonders with all the carbon dioxide for the tree growth. It's gonna be beautiful. So bricks and steel stored in here. Brick factory makes 51 tons of bricks per day. Steel mill 40 something. All intended for domestic supply of construction materials pretty much. We only have to go to the border for prefab panels then. I wonder if our distribution of construction materials should be handled by a distribution office. Water, waste, electricity, all needs to be still set up, but we have tons and tons of space to set that up. The last thing I'm wondering is the coal export. Because that needs to hook up to this with a storage, I think. So I guess we're not going to have a road through here. I thought for sure there would be enough space for a road like this, but I guess not. Okay, the road will go through there. Make a little bit more space. The hill is malleable. That one we haven't touched yet with terraforming. So storage on this side, loading station here, road connection through between the loading stations to allow access to this location. So we don't need to worry about the conveyor, we can now hook this up and it shouldn't block anything. Now it doesn't like that road anymore. Interesting. That's okay. We can just stay a little bit further away from the brick factory and give us the space we need. Workers should be able to make their way from here to the factories as soon as we set up an underground tunnel and let them walk over here. What I need to worry about now is the distribution of waste to our ash dumps. Because that has been lingering for a while. Waste trucks. I think we need one aggregate dumper. So one dump truck. Internal storage is 20 tons, okay. It's quite a lot, but we had a lot of waste being collected. I'm going to make this an aggregate national distribution, which is also going to handle coal. What are you handling? Railway end station. Yeah. No more customs house pickup. Got an aggregate loading for coal, and distribution from here can happen to the nation Oh, that's the wrong distribution office for that. I was thinking the national distribution. There we go. There we go. And this will handle aggregates. Because I'm also going to make it handle the construction waste. I think. If there's more than 70%, you pick up the construction waste and carry it over. There should not really be any metal scrap, but we can't be sure of that. So in case you do find metal scrap in there, you'll also drive it over. I still have to set up the construction waste loading station, which is going to be right next to the coal loading. I mean, it's going to be the same station basically. So the thing that's missing is coal loading and an aggregate waste storage that goes into the same loading station, so we can also export that. And that needs to fit in this space, and that's not too bad, I think. Guess we can start building this. I hope there's no mistake in here. Iron storage into the steel mill, coal by conveyor belt, lower priority into the steel mill, and the brick factory, probably priority to the brick factory. Yeah, definitely priority towards the brick factory, and then priority towards the coal loading station for national distribution. Who's handling the coal distribution here? I think that's still this building. The trucks haven't even arrived yet. The waste trucks are heading this way. We're gonna load from here if there's more than 20% waste. And then just put it into these dumps. And that should be pure ash at the last step. Alright, get processing after your refuel. The connection for the coal loading and construction waste loading is still open. I don't remember if the steel mill makes metal scrap. I think it might. But it might be such low amounts that it doesn't really warrant setting up a metal scrap loading station and just sending a truck across the whole country for it. I don't know. Feels like we might have enough space to just make that work too. Okay. The rail tunnel needs to still be planned. Which kind of also means we need to still plan the other, set up the coal loading. I'm trying to visualize it, but I can't right now. It's been another 3 hours, I kind of need another break. There's some construction waste in here. How is there construction waste? Oh, I know why. Because this thing ran full of construction waste and it's now outputting it too. God dang it. Well, it's not going to be too much. But we need a truck bringing the construction waste away from here. I might just set up like a dedicated vehicle for that. Because this shouldn't really produce any... Oh no, it will also produce plastics waste because we're dumping the city waste in here. Someone please pick up the construction waste maybe? We have coal loaded, I guess that's fine. Are you able to load any of these 3 waste types? Construction waste, metal scrap. There's more than 70% in it right now. What if I set it to 50? What if I set it to 0? Is there already a vehicle on its way towards that building? Oh yeah, looks like there was. Okay, that's filling up pretty quickly right now. And if it runs full on construction waste, well, you saw what happened. We're having a little bit of a crisis with construction waste making its way into our ash dumps. A distribution office for that is going to have to do a trip, a very, very long trip. Okay. That is definitely city distribution, so I'll copy those tasks over, and then we'll get rid of what we don't need, which is Gudon's railway end station, Gugoshny aggregate storage, Gugoshny railway station, waste separation definitely needs to happen, but not by this distribution office, I don't think. And these construction waste and metal scrap storages. You're only handling local coal distribution inside the city. Yeah, if it runs full on construction waste, we have a pretty big issue. In the future, we might have the distribution office for ash take care of that. So it picks up the construction waste, drives it to a local storage dump that then goes into the rail line. It can be the smallest one. Doesn't need any connection. Maybe make it so we leave enough room for the power connection in the future. Small aggregate loading station. then also for coal. This building has a size of 123 meters, which also almost makes it large enough to reserve its space for the rail distribution office that we're probably going to use for this. It's going to be a pretty sharp corner out that way. We might angle it. I have to see how the train tracks will connect. And then the last thing, I guess this could be the coal storage for export. I guess the last thing will be the construction waste storage then, somewhere over here. So that won't be an issue to set that up. We will move this to the left, make the coal storage slightly larger. And have to figure out the train tracks. This might face towards this track to hook up in a nice sharp corner before it all loops around and exports out this way. But space-wise, I think this is okay. It might go alongside the road tunnel. I guess if we exit out the upper side and have a sharp corner, might be able to use that. Regardless, tunnel time. Not gonna get too close to the underground wires or pipes. But I think the tunnels will start here. And then come out on that side, past the heating plant setup. Maybe here. Hello Super Deno, welcome. And yeah, the question is, do we want this to be only connected to one of the tracks or let it go to both? I think if we connect it only to one of the tracks, it's going to be easy enough to hook it up to the other two as well later on. And this will just make sure it stays in a proper loop around the area. I'm gonna bring it close to the other tunnel and then keep the elevation at about the same. I think I can't remove that in pieces, so in bits. Is coal up? Yeah, coal is up, partially. We polluted the waste with a bunch of construction waste because we had so much waste piled up. But otherwise it's running normally now. It's not really producing much because we're only using it for power production. But otherwise it's set up. I guess we could turn off the power import. Now we're producing those 4/5 megawatts domestically. With hopefully no interruption, otherwise everyone's gonna die. Okay. And then into a tunnel, pretty much. Yeah, I don't think I can remove part of this tunnel, can I? Oh, I can. Okay, no, then that'll be fine. It only doesn't work for bridges. We'll be okay. Why are you still complaining about above ground, that area? Sure. There you go. Oh, you know what? Just drag it from this side. It's so much easier. Okay. Why did you build it that weirdly? Guess that counts as snapping. Okay then. That would be the coal storage. Or national rather, I guess. Then that heads into a loading station where we have to get a loop into this existing rail setup going. And find another place in between here to set up the construction waste storage. So we can make sure that the waste separation hopefully never runs out of space for construction waste, yeah. And these two need to hook up to this train station, leaving enough room for the road. And also enough room to, well, get the trains actually to turn around on. The station itself was over 100 meters long, 122. That might just end up with a 4 loading station. 155. Yeah, that's fine. We can set that up. That's not too difficult. Okay. From here, a single train track collecting all of these, and then hooking up with a with a left-hand corner back into the rail line. That should be manageable. I would like to avoid this overlapping of the train track if possible. I guess I could curve these out when they exit. This would be the shortest one, 40 meters. And then everything else pretty much has to hook up into this. Well, we have to give the inner one the most space because that's the one with the sharpest corner. That's almost, but not completely. Let's try the narrowest corner possible, and that still says it's too sharp. Why are you doing that? Like, you can make this corner. Why are you hooking up so weirdly? Go here. Alright, that's doing it. Good. And then we have our loading station. Doesn't have the road connection yet, but we're working on that. Thank you for the follow, Fosel, much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. I hope this will work for all of them. Looks like it will. Looks like it will. What a train station. Hello Tristan. Welcome. Going well? Yeah, it's going alright, thank you. Can I get a road through here? I guess I can. Set up the train station from that side. It's gonna be an awkward junction, but well, hopefully I can. Tunnel is everything is a bit in the way. I mean, we could hook it up to a road connection from here, going across the train track and then just looping around. There should be no train parked on this block. They're all parked inside as distribution office trains. I don't know. Would be nice if we could just sneak in a connection here. Maybe moving the end station. I don't want to move the plan for the train station again. That was... I barely made enough space here. But yeah, I guess we can just loop this connection around. Okay, we don't like that. So we'll have to do it legit. This will stay and we just drag a road over here. Overall, no, not over all of the lines. When the trains arrive here, they also have to go through a junction where they combine all into a single piece of track. And then they go to the station that they want. And we also need the steel brick loading station to have enough space. Also 155, which it will have. It will have that. So there's like going to be a junction here where all of the traffic has to go through, but that's going to happen regardless. And that would be at least a setup for everything. But the road connection of this. If I move the end station here, I would have a clean road connection out this side, which could hook up to the train station. Alright, we'll stop fuel deliveries, let it run empty, then demolish this, relocate it slightly over. And use this as a valid road connection to the outside of this loading station. Still lacking is water, sewage, electricity, but all the basics are in place, so we only have to drag connections over and it's gonna be fine. Alright, start building that, I guess. I'm pretty confident that everything is the way it should be. The only thing maybe missing is the ability for long trains to wait inside the tunnel. We have room for two 450-meter long trains or several smaller ones. I don't really have a waiting setup for them. I mean, with really long trains, we're only planning to send two long iron trains this way, and that's the unloading space we have. So the long trains are not going to wait inside the tunnels at all. That would be, I guess, the initial setup. Only one entrance, one exit. It's going to be really annoying for the trains to build that way. But another construction train can make its way here and build in reverse. I will have to allow the other construction train to also reverse back out of the construction task and build here. And we'll make the corner for the train tracks a little bit smoother too, because it looks a little bit janky. Now that the tunnel is in place. Why not? Oh god, no, not like that. Not like that. They're all on different trajectories. That's pretty much what I had. It's all a bit wide. Yeah, sure. And then mixed signals here so the construction trains don't interrupt anything else once they have built past that point. Tunnel boring machines have to get to work here. I think I'll combine the tunnel and we'll figure out how to separate it into smaller chunks at the end. What a coal pot. Coal, steel, bricks, all being produced here. If everything goes well. And right now it looks like it might be. Just gotta wait for the fuel to run out and then we can hook up the export for... where's the construction waste? There it is. Construction waste and coal itself. Oh, I didn't miss anything. In here, we got some construction waste that we need to get rid of. I'm gonna let it flip over to construction waste, but in the future, we have to make sure it remains clean. It's pretty much all of it. So as we empty out the construction waste here, that'll be fine. I'm gonna use a single vehicle on a mission to get rid of all of the construction waste, I think. I hope we're not running out of like resources in any area. That would be like, I just moved all of the coal distribution over, hoping it still works, everything, but we'll see. So yeah, distribution office will... I guess I could have assigned a distribution office. I think I did that before. But I don't want to switch the tasks around. We'll load everything. Construction waste. Wait until loaded on the last step. And at some point we'll see you like waiting there for the last command and bring it over here. And then you can go into storage or one of the distribution offices. Can you override wood-based railways with concrete-based railways when you build them in planning mode? Yes. I'm trying to plan the concrete railway before I researched it. Yes, you can. And if you've already built it and you're overriding it with concrete track, the upgrade shouldn't take too long, but usually the signals will get in the way then a little bit. Yeah, the removal of construction waste is going to be the important part. Plastics waste doesn't matter. That one can just go through and be incinerated. But I probably have to have a dedicated truck here for construction waste and remove it in this distribution office. That should be close enough. The travel time is a little bit further than the iron mine, but I think it'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be enough space. Then hook up here, with the end station moved slightly over. Or maybe the end station could also be here. We could put the end station next to the unloading station. So they have to do a right-hand corner into this area and then drive back out. Would also be possible. I might choose to do that. Can build the wood one and then upgrade to concrete ones? Yes. It only replaces the wooden ties to the concrete ties. You don't have to pay for the steel again. And then concrete can be upgraded to electric. That also works. Yep, that's over 155 meters, that's good. Over here we have basically two lines for long trains to unload. And then in here we just have a bunch of smaller tracks that will hold a train each. We don't need that much space out of that storage. I needed 40 meters. Yeah, that's plenty. Okay. That'll work. Wherever we can place the signals is gonna be fine. There we go. Nice little yard. And then I guess maybe a dedicated train to load construction waste. I guess we could also hold it with a distribution office train. I would have to build that one first, and a dedicated train is faster to set up. Maybe one that exports excess coal as a dedicated train, 155 meters. And that's the construction waste too. Oh, we paid back a few loans. I mean, I've been continuously taking out more and more loans, so was kind of to be expected. What's the interest rate at? 4.6. We're still okay. Like, sure, the amount of loans we have to take out is getting larger, but that's part of the inflation of the ruble. It's not bad for us. We're still on 1 page of loans. The single truck will be able to probably empty out all the waste storages, maybe on 2 runs. And we'll flip it back to mixed waste, mandatory. And hope it is going to stay clean then. There's a little bit of construction waste left in that storage. Can you bring that out, please? Oh no, you can't. There's not a... Well, you can bring it out once the dump truck has arrived and pulled out waste out of one of the storages, then you can dump it in there. There it is. It has arrived. Number of highly educated people at 16%, so it hasn't dropped any further. And there's enough professors in here now to also deal with our demand inside Sovskoye. It's gonna have to go and refuel again soon. But at least it'll empty out one of the storages, where we can pick up the rest of the waste from here. Maybe. Why are you not loading construction waste? Did I set it to the wrong thing? No. You're refueling. Why are you not loading construction waste? Can only a waste truck do that? It might only be doable by a waste truck from that storage. I guess that might be the issue. Well, in that case, just go to a distribution office here and I'll do it myself by setting another vehicle onto that route. You have to do that. Maybe it's better if I just use a distribution office for that. Let's try that real quick. Just load whatever is in there. We'll set it to construction waste only. Construction waste. %. You should already be dumping it into the other storages, shouldn't you? I guess you're not loading it at 0% unless it's enough for a whole truck, so we'll use a dedicated truck for it. Wait until loaded. Only construction waste, because the distribution office for the ash will start kicking in again. And some of the ash will rot away. I could also pick up this right now. Maybe I should do that one first. Let's clean up the waste inside the incinerator so it doesn't pollute the building again, and just drop that back in here real quick. Should mean we get rid of all the construction waste. I did produce a little bit more until then. I'll turn off the workers. We have to run this twice and then it should be good. Yep. And now there's no more waste in here, we can have our 5 workers again and it's pure ash. And now the other truck can start running. Still doesn't have the unload command, but that's okay. And you can make your way back to the distribution office, you've done your job. And the other one will have to drive all the way to the construction waste storage next to the iron mine, because the other setup isn't in place yet. And there you go. I mean, even if we run out of money right now, the power isn't going to shut off immediately, so we are good. As soon as you have coal production, food, meat, and alcohol, and clothing, I guess you kind of need clothing, you could last for a very long time without money. At some point the vehicles are going to break, and you can't prepare them or buy replacements. So that would be the main concern. Pick up only at 20%. Okay, there's pure ash in there, but yeah, make sure to only pick up when there's at least a full truckload. And that'll slowly get cleaned up. We have to relocate the truck back to the distribution office in the end. That's our aggregate storage for coal for heating. Guess we can fill it up to 90%. There's no real end station here. We should probably start building these train tracks with priority. Which means I'm going to lower the priority of these, so they'll start building them after. Oh, we've already reached down this way. Okay. Low priority. That should be good enough. Yeah. Should now start building towards the tunnel, and then hopefully it won't take too long. We have a tunnel boring machine. Very few workers inside the heating plant for a moment because traffic jam. No workers inside the heating plant at minus 32 degrees. Because a lot of vehicles are of the opinion that overtaking is the right way. Stupid excavator. Come on, unload the workers here. It's getting cold. 10 degrees in the buildings. It's not cool. Thank you. It's going to take a while until the fuel has been used up, isn't it? We've only 4 buses running here. I guess we can tell the distribution office to load from here instead of unload, which will accelerate the whole process a little bit. Oh yeah, I guess the new houses have also been built. I completely forgot about them. They seem to be doing fine. I assume the heating is okay too. That's a replacement for the university that was here before. Oh, did not like me clicking on the overlay button. What a shame. Well, gotta give it some time to load. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink. And yeah, short break. We're back. The road here is set up correctly. Okay, that's where we left off after the crash. Were the signals set up? Yes. Was the rail construction deprioritized? No. That we still have to do. Okay. Cold storage at 90% for the heating. And I guess we're gonna witness the rolling traffic jam from the excavator here forming. Maybe I should institute a minimum speed limit here. You have to go at least 30 to drive through here. That'll hopefully prevent these traffic jams again in the future. And heating issues. Because now the excavator will have to drive around the outside. Where's the excavator coming from anyway? From this setup, right? So it would have to... Right now it wouldn't even affect it. I would have to put the sign here, so it has to go onto the main road and then drive around the outside of the settlement. And then over this bridge, and it would still affect it by a bit. I don't know. I guess that doesn't really help the way I envision it. Yep, we'll have to run a few times to get rid of all of that construction waste. Probably 4 times. There's no construction waste in here, which makes sense. Now where could we put a small heating plant and a fire station to deal with all of the crime that is appearing here? Yeah, I guess that could be the location for a heating plant. And then the police station somewhere in its vicinity. Did I hook up the loading of fuel? No, that also got lost. So I guess the future setup will be the end station on this side, or maybe here. Slightly further away. Connecting into this road. And we have a road going through to build the train station here. Maybe even room for the police station. Although the police station from early start I think is a bit larger than that. Don't quite remember. Oh no, it is pretty small. Still a little bit too large though, but sideways it could fit, I guess. We could have a dedicated heating plant here with a single truck making sure it's full of coal. But I believe if we can hook it up to a conveyor for the coal storage in the area, that would be nicer. Instead of like having a truck for it. Don't think we're gonna get a conveyor out this way, but maybe. Maybe on this side with that connection. Doubt it'll go over the junction though, but we'll see. This train station is also not super important to have it set up right now. It can take its time a little bit. Alright, looks like rail construction is happening. Up this way. Once we get to the tunnels, they will need the tunnel boring machine after the entrance has been built. Make sure we set up signals here so they don't get blocked by each other through this section, which is going to be a mess to build. Then they can distribute themselves to each location. And I guess we could also plan the construction of a rail distribution office, but I'll wait a little bit with that. It's going to be important to bring the iron trains here. It's going to be important to bring the construction materials trains here to load from the construction materials storage. How long is that train right now? That one would have to be replaced by the distribution office, because I think that one is slightly longer. 200 meters, yeah. That one would not fit into that loading station currently. Now I could extend this train track to go up to like out of this area somewhere and then go across this, and it would all just look very, very weird. I think picking up our own construction materials will probably be something we do with the distribution office, yeah. Which also means that the rail construction office will stop being overfilled at that point. Oh, it's pretty close to 200 meters, but not quite. It would work right now. They would park and partially block the junction here, but it would work. Maybe if I move the rail line out a little bit more at a corner, we could bring the signal back a tiny bit. Or we do something like this, just smooth connection into the train track here. It gives us the most distance. That's 200 meters. That will work. Then we can reuse the existing train and only have to pick up prefab panels from the customs house. Tempted to replace all road excavators, like all excavators, with the Yak excavator. It's only 15 instead of 22, but it drives 40 kilometers an hour. And we have realized that that might be more beneficial. Also, we are still running the old ones. 50 years old, 60% wear. Utility construction office in Bogodonsk. Awesome. Race car excavator. Yep. It has a Yak chassis and an excavator on top. And it still can go 40 kilometers an hour, even with all that weight. Seems like water distribution to the area is also working well enough, and sewage isn't piling up. construction waste is getting fairly close again to running full. I'm going to set the pickup at like 50%, I don't trust it. This is too close for comfort. Because the truck is also very slow. Make sure it's safe. Otherwise we'll have to do the whole thing again. Not that it's difficult, it's just a little bit annoying to set up. We'll only start bringing the city's waste here once we know we can unload construction waste into its own train station. That's a few construction vehicles. What would be kind of cool is if the destination storage is full, that instead of the conveyor being empty, it would be full. That would give like a nice visual indicator that everything is alright in the area. Also with the conveyors, how they would look. That's very compact. I'm amazed all of the production facilities we wanted fit in here. With like convenient storages to boot. Thankfully I shortened that one, that would have been a bit too much, taking off like space from the incoming train tracks. And that corner was like the bane of this whole setup, but it does work. Up to 6 distribution office trains can come here to load coal if they want to, or dedicated trains. We can have up to 5 dedicated trains here waiting until loaded, or even 6. We can take up all the space. This would be the first warning indicator. Aggregate storage for coal national running out would be the first one that gives us a warning message. Second one would be... well, I guess the first one would be the aggregate storage coal. Then the aggregate storage coal national, depending on if we actually have an output here or not. Yeah, there's a multi-stage tier system of like warning messages here. That'll be fine. Okay, picked up construction waste. Loading from here right now. Not going to be able to load all of it, but most of it. And then you have to do that a couple more times. But yeah, no mass export of coal planned. I'm not going to run coal exports en masse, I don't think. Coal price is not that great. US dollar price is 20. Ruble price goes up, just inflation. Iron price is at 60, so 3 times the price of coal in US dollars. But the ruble price isn't that high because we've been exporting all the time. Which will probably stop, and we'll export steel instead. Now, can I fit a heating plant here? With a conveyor. Yes, yes I can. Pixel perfect. People from the bus stop could walk over there. Now what about the police station? Oh, lovely. Even a police station right here in the back. I don't think there's room for... Oh my god, yeah, I guess I tested that already, that there was room but no conveyor connection. Shouldn't be surprised by that. Police station doesn't have to be back here, but why not? Set it up with room for waste storage. And it can operate in this location to make sure crime here gets patrolled like normal. I don't think the people working here are going to be very healthy. I have a feeling that that might be a bit of a concern. Feels a bit like a diorama for an industry. We get a dedicated truck to deal with the plastics export. Same one we had in the iron mine. Just gonna check which one that was. I don't want to use a Roosevelt. That is a bit too old school. Probably just a YAG. 4 tons. It's like same capacity as the Roosevelt, just proper road speed. You don't have that much. Going to the scrapyard. And you'll do the same, but for the other waste recycling plant. Waste separation. Stand around in here, wait until plastics is loaded. And then bring it to the border. And if you don't do it fast enough, then just some plastics is going to go into the next incinerator, which means it's gonna just get burned, but it will not pollute any of our waste like construction waste or metal scrap does. So all of that is going to be okay. Just setting it up so we have a little bit extra cash income, I guess. Free aggregate storage coal that's used for heating. Okay. %96 quality. 4.8. What was it? 4.8 times. 4.2 times 800 and something tons. 220. Sorry, 220 workers. This is 924 times 96 divided by 100 gives us 887 tons of coal ore. Slightly more than 4 processing plants can handle. We can handle 840. Lots of buildings that need a lot of concrete, so construction will take a while again. $540,000 rubles worth of steel imported. I think the game is realizing that we're planning on making our own and making that setup a little bit more expensive because of it. Careful, my money. Thank you, Neo Contra. I guess I missed that. But yeah, I should take out a loan whenever I'm below 1 million rubles, just in case. $2 million should keep us safe. What does the old rail distribution office look like? I mean, I don't have it researched yet, I guess. 157 meters. I mean, we can limit it to 155. Don't think that's a concern. Same area space. Coal and water. And fuel. Why are you not assigned to this one? Is the signal flip? No. You just don't feel like assigning yourself to that construction task. Which is not cool. Please build that track too. The other ones are low priority. And like coming back to previously, this is what I meant. Trying to keep like your input on a certain area. In this case we knew that we could put all the rail input on one side. And road input is usually not that difficult to manage, but rail input, if you don't focus on that. I mean, the other thing was the space constraint, like fitting it all into this bowl. I'm glad it worked, but a flat open plain makes more sense for such an industry. The people working in here are not going to have a fun time. This is all going to keep all of the smog and like the exhaust in this location, and it's going to be pretty terrible. It should be far away enough from the city. I haven't even checked that. How far are we? Over a kilometer. Close to a kilometer. Should be okay. And the exhaust is... This is heavy coal smoke. This is slightly thinner coal smoke, I guess. But there's also pretty much coal smoke out of there. Second processing plant will start construction as soon as we have our own steel, because we can tell our construction vehicles to pick up the steel from this area then. Or like from their own resource storage, but I will probably like relocate a free construction office in the area that will handle the distribution of construction materials to the new construction sites a little bit more efficiently. Hello Project 7. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Seid begrüßt, liebe Stream-Teilnehmer von Project 7. Ich bin das Breitschwert und ich streame normalerweise auf Englisch, aber ich versuche diesmal euch alle in Deutsch willkommen zu heißen. Was mir normalerweise sehr schwer fällt, aber falls ihr irgendwelche Fragen habt und diese gerne in Deutsch stellen wollt oder beantwortet haben wollt, tut das gerne. Aber ansonsten wird mein Stream normalerweise alles auf Englisch ablaufen. Hallo Lee Community, hallo Berliner Twitch, hallo Project 7. Wie war dein Stream? Ich habe gesehen, ich habe gesehen, dein Sibirien ist abgetaut und du warst unterwegs auf einer heißeren Stelle. Hallo Mr. XX, welcome. You see someone who's surviving longer in Siberia? Yes. Danke für den Follow, die Community. Much appreciated. Also wie gesagt, ich werde gleich wieder auf Englisch switchen, aber wenn ihr irgendwelche Fragen auf Deutsch habt, sagt einfach Bescheid. Kann die auch in Deutsch beantworten. Normalerweise kann Deutsch geschrieben werden und ich beantworte die auf Englisch, aber wir können mal eine Ausnahme machen. Die Kohlestadt nervt mich. Ich bin unsicher, ob die Republik weitermache, eine andere Map starte oder Sibirien. Nochmal Sibirien. Die Kohlestadt nervt. Okay. How dare you? Switch to English. Gleich. Soon. Tutorial Challenge. Tutorial Challenge? Was? Okay. Wir haben bei uns Kohle aufgebaut. Wir haben uns ein paar Platzrestriktionen gegeben. Vom Kohlebergwerk hier oben. Ich muss noch den Konstruktionsmüll rausfiltern. Bewegt sich die Kohle in ein Tal, wo es viele Umwandlungswerke gibt, die die Kohle dann umarbeiten. Momentan wird damit nur ein Kohlekraftwerk betrieben, aber wir werden auch ein Stahlwerk und eine Steinfabrik damit am Laufen halten. Did you make all the tutorials? I have done all the tutorials, yes. Hello, Berliners. Okay, well, like I said, I'm gonna switch back to English. Es geht jetzt wieder auf Englisch weiter, aber wenn ihr Fragen habt, auf Deutsch ist okay. We'll be switching back to English. Our power plant has been set up because our route to the customs house that we built our Republic on, I kind of limited to an underground wire of 5 megawatts, and we needed more electricity. I didn't have any other choice, because we were already at the limit, or like very close to it. 4 megawatts, slightly above, close to 5. I will have to have another rail line here for the iron trains, because they will have to go the other direction. So this also has to change in the future. It's gonna be a bit messy. How am I gonna do that? If I can get them... I should get them across here, because this road is just like cableway track. I don't have to get them connected here. If I can hook them up on this side, that would be perfect, because that would avoid all roads right now. You speak very clear German, congrats, thank you. It's very painful. It's a challenge, it takes 2 days. I don't think it takes that long, but I haven't played them in a while, so I don't know. Yeah, we can make a corner here. It's gonna be a pretty sharp corner. I don't usually like to do sharp corners like that. I guess we could also do a corner up here. That would work. Just bring out the train a little bit earlier. The 450 meter long trains that we have are parked in the siding, and they have enough space for themselves. But yeah, they will have to have an option to go that direction. So, what happened to Coal City? Like, what's the issue? Why are you considering switching to a different map? I just saw you were on like an Asian map. I didn't see what happened with Coal City or what the reason was. I had the stream muted. What is this power line? Oh, that's our temporary power line for the oil well. I don't have a transformer up here. Nor do I have a switch up here. Well, no, I do have a switch up here. I guess we can take the electricity from there now. Sure. We'll do that. Draw a new permanent, somewhat permanent power line up until the oil well goes away at some point. But that one will not get in the way of the train tracks right now. That's going to be the important thing. Okay. How many cities do we have? I only have 4 settlements, but they're quite far away from the customs house, I think. We started in Nakovo Customs in the southeast of the map. We built up Gugozhny as an initial settlement to get workers into the map. After that, we got Bugodonsk, running clothing factory and iron mine up here. Then Tuimasnoi as a stepping stone for a tunnel construction leading to Sovskoy. And that is our fourth settlement. We got 4 research points based on low-tech for our settlements, 3 from population. And based on the new low-tech rules for early start that I might or might not change, we technically have 6 more research points. Because each decade after, including 1930, from 1930 to 1980 gives you a research point. But I might cut that down to the first 3 decades only. I don't know. Yeah, probably. Like the initial 3 decades you get a research point for free. Each decade. We had exorbitant fuel prices for the longest time. And that has slowed down our economic growth, and I'm being pretty cautious with like pushing out further into the map, but to see how far we've developed settlement 1 next to the border, settlement 2, I guess I can bring in the name tags, not that that helps that much, but Gugoshny, Pugodonsk, Tuimasnoi and Sovskoy are the 4 settlements we had, and we're about halfway through the height of the map, but like lengthwise we haven't developed much. I am building out the rail network, but that would mean we have to go to development 2. I guess we could also develop past the oil well and see what we can claim here. It's really hard to pick like directions of development, I feel like. I'm making my republic more self-sufficient on basic resources first, because I've been running on a decent number of loans for a while. Airfields would have speed up the process. Ow. I don't know. I feel like they might not. I'm not sure why. We're also building a small heating plant in the police station in this industry because there's crime happening, and if there's that many workers, I kind of want to deal with the crime happening in that industry. I'm going to do the same at the iron mine setup, but here we will have to drive coal up there, I think. It's usually the bus stops where people are waiting is where the crime happens the most. So yeah, also small heating plant. Doesn't need its own cold storage, they can bring it up from the heating plant set up down here. From that storage, and I don't think it's gonna get even like a dedicated vehicle for that. It might, I mean, I don't know. This heating plant is barely going to run. But at least we can deal with the crime in the area. So what's I don't know if you're still here, Project 7, but what's the what are you going to base your decision on? Is it going to be your choice? Is it going to be a chat vote? I've also seen in your chat briefly that you were talking about electronics challenge, I guess, which I don't know what that meant, but I'm assuming maybe no electronic import allowed until you make your own. But yeah, the question is still open. What is it going? Who is going to be the decider? Will you let chat run wild and give you a challenge, or what's going to happen? I think we're gonna have a small dump truck running that route. It's probably gonna be fine. Just worry that it doesn't do much and it's just going to like run into wrecking itself. I wasn't? What do you mean you weren't? What are you talking about, Berliners? I meant Project 7. Questions about electronics challenge and who is going to be the decider for the next decision for what the Republic is going to do. I was not one decided to finish the map. I don't understand. I was not what? Oh, you were not decided when to. Well, I know you weren't. I know that's like, I know that was Project 7's call. I was wondering if Project 7 is still there and could answer that, but you might be in bed or something, getting ready for the next stream. I don't know. It's a long weekend. The other thing we could place would be a small clinic, but that would be like really pushing it. If there's any medical emergencies in the industrial area, having like a small clinic here dealing with any health crisis would be kind of funny. Okay, happiness is quite low. What's happening? Happiness dropped significantly here. What is going on? Was there a heating issue? Is there a pollution crisis? What is going on? Why are you at 56% happiness? I'm not going to give you electronics, you can forget about that. Project was a bad moment about deaf people in Siberia. Watched it offline and started a new play game, sadly. I will wake up again. Okay. So heating issues probably. Okay. But yeah, that's, I mean, that the reason can be one or the other. The question is, would Project 7 be comfortable with like letting chat give him a challenge or something like that? Not that I have that much power to change chat's opinion to what like the challenge should be, but it would be kind of funny. Okay, that is iron. Watched it quickly, do not really know what happened. Oh, okay. Yeah, heating is very vicious on Siberia. I'm very cautious to stay below 70% capacity on my heating plant. And it's getting very close, like we can't do any more with that building. And it's running into issues with like the traffic causing problems. But if you use more than 70% of the heating plant capacity as soon as it goes into maintenance mode, during a cold winter it's not going to produce more than 70% previously, and it's just going to be a nightmare. I was, I think, 9k people, 30 minutes after 7. Oh. Okay. Happen all of us. It happens all the time. I think that's what Workers and Resources does. You push the limits with something, and the game goes, well, how about no? The single truck decides that it has a breakdown in front of the heating plant, and the bus doesn't get there in time, and people start freezing to death. Just as nature intended, indeed. Who says never happened? Lie. Well, people who don't play Workers and Resources can say that it never happens to them. And yes, hello Mega Monkey. Welcome. There was something with health. Yeah, they had a significant health drop. These ones are fine. These ones are fine. Ish. 76. Loyalty fixed. 33%. We added some monuments. It's not going up that much. Hard modes like low tech, it's not easy even Siberia. Well, I don't think... I mean... Siberia, I think, really needs some research for you to get going. Like, the insulation, weatherproofing tech is really, really important. Vitamins to keep health high, even if, when temperatures might bump down, is kind of good. I don't know. Peeps map with all the new pollution. I don't think that's the case. If it's pollution, like, we're not producing that much right now anymore. I mean, the coal power plant is producing still, but we can check pollution with the water. Well, oh, okay. Huh. It's getting fairly close. It's cold cause Mega Monkey have the hold hot of the game in his Republic. Yeah, Mega Monkey is like... Mega Monkey has like Republic-wide heating basically on the Asia map. It's unfair. Give me some heating back, you monster. I might spend that other research point we still have on getting the pollution monitoring station. Or like, not pollution monitoring, pollution filters. So much technology. Yeah, low-tech was not really supposed to restrict research to like the most challenging possible, but make it like fun to pick what to research instead of just researching everything. So I'm not sure, like the free research points still kind of fit, but might be a bit much. What means that you're in research? Cannot research until that year? Yes. It means you cannot pick that research until the year has arrived. I'm gonna put it, I'm gonna roleplay. I think it still works. Like, I still think it saves a few people, but I'm gonna put like a clinic down here that will deal with work accidents. If I can find a spot for it. I'm gonna have a clinic that deals with Arbeitsunfall. I was German, yes. I mean, people say kindergarten, I can say Arbeitsunfall. It's fine. Let's put an external waste storage for the steel mill. And the brick factory, just so we can sort the waste, I guess. No, that's silly. I'll put it here. Strafe. How's Strafe in English, please? Penalty? Probably. Well, you could also say infraction or I don't know. Strafe. Infraction, sure. Well, I'm not seeing you come up with anything better. Oh, that was a compliment. I thought you were like being... never mind. Spanish is too confusing for me. Infraction. Infraction. Sounds French. This is gonna be such a weird one when people listen to that and I'm gonna talk to someone asking me about what infractions mean. François Asson. Okay. Sure. What about the train tracks that I wanted to change next to Volgodonsk? What are you doing? You're at 100% where? Why aren't you getting replaced? Because you probably don't have a replacement vehicle set? No, you do. That's gonna be fun for traffic. Spanish is fake language invented by the British to bamboozle the French. Okay. Still got electricity here, everything is fine. Socio e much bueno. Oui. Spanish come from the Roman Empire, sorry. Oh my god, this is such a confusing stream. That excavator is going to be pain driving up to the scrapyard and just causing a massive traffic jam. Paying someone to get rid of it for me would cost 113,000. We're not going to do that. But it will be, well, it won't be that difficult. I guess there's not that much traffic happening up here. Just gotta wait for the demolition here to be done, then we can draw a railroad across. The other issue with this is that the trains need a place to refuel, I guess, because they were going to the customs house all the time and there's not going to be a coaling station set up right now. Oh my god. Coaling station, where have you been? Look at that space for a coaling station right here. It's beautiful. I'm a bit too low. But the concept is sound, I think. trains heading into this place will have their own location to refuel locally. Quite handy. Ah, my god, what's going on? Why are you so wonky? Let's see. There, maybe? Yes. Excellent. And that will work too. Good. Then we will need the coaling station for trains to run here. I will have to set up a water well and a water pump. And I don't know about the coal. Like, I guess we can maybe figure out a way for the coal to get in there. Probably by truck. Distribution office? Yeah, we'll do the distribution office. They add O to every word and they actually think they're tricking anyone with that. That's on the excavator having a breakdown in the middle of the junction? No bet. That is a given. That is just going to be normality for that vehicle. I don't know how far it is. It's right here. It's doing okay. You were sick last time, how are you today? Totally healthy? I don't know, I think I am. It feels strange, but better than before, for sure. Nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. That's where the train would run along. And then it needs a way to also get off the other track and join it here. Health is nosediving. Might need to check in why you lost 2% health. Again? Oh my god. Back here. Why did we lose 2% health? Waste seems fine. There's no heating plant here. Pollution. What could cause pollution? I mean the gravel processing, but that shouldn't be that big of a deal. Pollution, 460 people, starving, 48. Who is starving again? Hospital far away? No, there's a hospital right here. And here. One worker. Like two police staff, 4 officers. That's a lot of workers for a heating plant, police station combo. But yeah, this should provide enough heating for itself and the surrounding 2 buildings, I think. I wonder if we're gonna get any highly educated people going this way. Workers work in polluted jobs regularly? Probably, yeah. The food factory, the coal mine are all pretty polluting. But the health drop was recent, and it's not producing that much right now. It's 80%, 79% over here. Still 74 life expectancy. Doesn't seem like it's the worst. That one's at 90%, that one's fine. That one's at 90%, except up here where it's 82, 84. 65 years of life expectancy. I don't get it. That looks pretty polluted, is it? No, the color is the same. I mean, here it's very, very polluted. Holy crap. I guess maybe the clothing factories have put back to like been put back to like normal production speed. That wasn't the case before. The clothing factories were running a little bit underdeveloped, so I guess this area is now making a lot more pollution than before. 74. I think it's time to research pollution filters. I'm okay with that. What's your problem? Heating plant isn't done yet. A little bit early. That's fine. If you want to work, you can work. It's 0 degrees. It'll be fine. So who's going to take care of like bringing coal to that heating plant? The smallest of dump trucks, I think. No, the distribution office. You are going to take care of that. Sorry. You are going to take care of that once the heating plant is in place. Shouldn't take that much coal, running at 1 worker. Maybe in the heart of winter, that city needs more time to recover the healthy of the winter due to polluted jobs? Maybe. I think it's just the extra workers in Burgundans now mean that the clothing factory can run at full tilt again, because these industries were not really running too much before, I think. We're full on clothing. Where are the trains? Oh no, trains, what are you doing? The other cities do not have hard job and recover easy. No, they have a coal mine now and they have a food factory. It's pretty similar difficulty. Come on, heating plant. Then who knows? No more ideas. I think it might be heating related, but happiness is also taking a nosedive. food is missing somewhere, that would give a warning message. Some people are complaining about starvation, and like I said, that happens. I think those are probably the people going to the restaurant, if I had to take a guess. We get food in that warehouse. We definitely have food here. Of course, that doesn't mean that all the grocers and shopping centers have food, or that there's enough people selling stuff, but it looks like it's okay. The grocers are not being overworked. Let me go to the... oh my god. Stupid trains. Let me go to the restaurant. I think like the issue is with people unloading here and trying to go to the restaurant and then just not getting food fast enough. Because everyone wants to go to the restaurant, I think. So I think some people here might starve because they don't get served food fast enough. Down to 66 years. What is going on? Why are you all... like... Is it all the polluting area that you're working in? Because I'm sending you to like this bus platform and then you're going up here and it's all like absolutely horrid. Well, don't worry, we'll have a clinic up soon. It's gonna solve everything. We need some officers. Fire station, processing, other buildings. I need some workers here. I'm not sure if there's enough highly educated people coming this way with the cableway cars. Oh, look at that, there's a highly educated person running the heating plant. Make sure this is run and this is run, I guess. Kind of priority. Did you produce a boom in station years alone or with projects? But I've also done it on my own. On accident. Okay, now we have enough people working here, I think. No resource, coal. Dump truck is on its way. Going to the coal power plant to pick up coal. It's gonna be a trip. Make sure to send the highly educated workers to the police station first, and the clinic once it's done. It should encourage highly educated people to make their way in here immediately, as soon as they arrive. Regular workers go to the fire station. Then the rest distributes itself amongst the buildings. There's a clip of Project with a canister of 16k pressure. Watch it, like, is it normal? And it, yeah, I saw it. Canister was taking like damage, and that happened during the stream, yes, where we played together. It was very chaotic. Basically like an explosion happening in the canister while Project 7 held it, and it was like expanding and expanding inside. Pressure was going up. It was basically a pipe bomb. I'm gonna have to call it now though. It's been over 8 hours and I need to take a break. I'm sorry for all the sad emojis in chat. But yeah, I have to call it. Yep. I only see German. I see. I don't see any English tagged stream, so it's not going to be a workers and resources raid. I don't know what raid it's going to be. I guess we can raid over to JD Plays, who's playing Captain of Industry, if you want. JD Plays always is energetic enough to accept a raid. Next time we'll be setting up the steel mill and bricks production and figuring out maybe why our republic is running through some issues. I think it's the pollution. I wanted to trigger the research for the pollution filters, and that's probably what we're going to happen. You've been playing Captain of Industry heaps this past week. I can see it. I can see it. But yeah, I'm gonna raid you over. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. JD Plays hasn't been streaming for too long, so the stream should still be continuing for a while. If you're interested in Captain of Industry. If not, or if you don't know what Captain of Industry is, imagine a mixture of Factorio meets workers and resources, I would say. Like realistic production chains and terraforming. 3D Factorio. Yeah, that puts it pretty well. You're a 3D Factorio pirate, kinda, like with a ship and all that. In any case, have a good day. I'll be back tomorrow, I think. Take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.